Summary.
My name is Lynette 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. I'm originally from New Orleans. I'm a no-nonsense half-witch, half-werewolf. My father is 𝐴lpha 𝑚𝒍𝒂𝒚, a pure blood. My mother is 𝐻𝐿𝒂𝒚 𝒍𝒊𝒂𝒂. She is my father's true mate, but she is a witch, therefore making her unacceptable to him. He found her, mated her and left her. All in one night. I've never met him. I plan on never meeting him. His brother Andre he's more a father to me than my own. Andre taught me how to be a wolf, and he taught me to take no shit from anyone. I have been trained to fight since I could walk, and I'm mouthy and sassy and incredibly sarcastic. But nobody's perfect. Right, we are moving to Tennessee. This should be fun and that is sarcasm. Wish me luck.
Chapter 1, Tennessee in the New School.
Colette and Lynette arrived in Morristown, Tennessee at 4 this morning, and they have to meet the Alpha of Blue Ridge Pack at 9. Lynette knows the Alpha's name is Paul Richardson. His mate is Luna Lydia, and they have 2 sons, Damien and Liam. The girls are finally falling into bed at 5. It's going to be a long day. Lynette rolled over and opened one eye. She thinks, fuck, curtains are a must today. That sun is right at eye level. She jumps out of bed and her bare feet hit the ice-cold tile, and she's squealing, running to the shower to get warmed up. She's out and slipping, well wiggling, into black skinny jeans and a black turtleneck long sleeve. Grabs a blue and black plaid flannel to complete the look. Braids her hair, boots on, and downstairs for a cup of the nectar of life coffee. Her mom is dressed and ready to go, so they head out. Lynette types in the address for the pack house and turns the radio on. They laugh and sing to Taylor Swift, and Lynette is dancing in the seat. They pull into the lot in front of the pack house and Lynette lets out a low whistle. She says they must be loaded, and her mom shakes her head and smirks at her, saying, "You're going to behave, right?" And Lynette replies, "I'm gonna try," and smiles great big. A pretty young woman leads them to the Alpha's office, and at the knock, they hear, "Come," from inside. They both step inside, and the Alpha steps up to shake their hands. He smiled and said, "I'm Alpha Paul Richardson. I read your files and want you to know, Colette, you're very welcome here, and very needed. Our healer died last year when we had a wolf go feral after losing his mate. I was grateful when I read your qualifications. You will find we are a friendly, family-oriented pack. So all I need from you is your sworn oath, and we can get you set up with your clinic schedule." Colette stepped forward and swore her allegiance, and she stepped back for Lynette to get sworn in. Once that was taken care of, the Alpha asked Colette a word, and Lynette was left to her own devices for a moment, which isn't always a good thing. She wanders down the stairs, just basically snooping. She smelled coffee and was letting her nose lead the way. As she rounded a corner, she bumped into a wall and landed flat on her ass, except the wall laughed and had a hand that reached out to her. She let him help her up. He said, "Sorry about that. I didn't see you." And she narrowed her eyes at him and said, "Is that a short joke?" And he replied, "What? No, I meant I really didn't see you." She laughed and said, "Relax, bro. I was kidding. I'm not ashamed of my height. I'm nearly 5'3". And they both laugh. He holds his hand out again and says, "Liam." And she retorts, "Ah, the second born. I'm Lynette, the new girl." He asks, "You've joined the pack?" And she walks away from him to find them coffee. She pours a cup and doctors it up the way she likes it. Then says, Yep, join the pack. Want to be my friend?" He busts out laughing and says, "Not shy, are ya?" She smiles at him, shaking her head, saying, "I find it to be a waste of time. I just say what's on my mind and let the chips fall where they may." And he responds with, "Then it would be my pleasure." And another voice cuts and asking, "What's your pleasure?" But before Liam can answer, a girl walks up and hangs off the second guy. The girl looks Lynette up and down, and apparently deciding Lynette wasn't worthy of her time, turns her back on her and says, "Baby, I need to go to the mall." He looks at her and shrugs and says, "Okay," and that's it. Lynette looks at Liam, who shrugs. So, in her inimitable fashion, Lynette reaches her hand out to new guy and smiles. "Hi, I'm Lynette. My friend here forgot his manners, so I thought I'd step in and help him out." Liam protests. "Hey, I didn't forget my manners. I was waiting." Lynette laughs. "Bro, it's okay. You forgot. I fixed it. No problem." And Liam smirks. "So, I see how this friendship is gonna go." And Lynette giggles. Then she turns to the other guy and raises her eyebrow, waiting. She glances at Liam and back at the other guy, and finally Liam understands. "This is my brother, Damien, his girlfriend." For want of a better word, Christine. Lynette nods and smiles. "Hello, future Alpha. Nice to meet you. Now I must find my mom and blow this popsicle stand. Later, y'all." Damien looks at Liam and asks, "Who was that?" Liam shrugs. "Lynette. You heard her." Damien sighs and says, "Yes, Liam, I heard her. And now I know her name." "But who is she?" Liam smirks and said, "The new girl Dad told the pack about last night." Christine pipes up, "The witch? I thought witches can make themselves look beautiful or something. Why would she choose to look like that?" Damien looks down at her and asks, "What is wrong with you?" and walked away from her. She looks at Liam and says, "What did I do?" Liam laughs and tells her, "You should probably scrub your face. You got a little green right about there," as he waves his pointer finger in a circle around her face. Lynette met her mom as she was heading out the door. Colette smiles and asked what she got up to, and had she met any other kids. Lynette nodded, replying, "I met the Alpha boys. Liam's nice enough, didn't really talk to the other one. He didn't even shake my hand, but that may have been because his girlfriend was there." "What did the Alpha want to chat about?" Colette tensed a bit, took a deep breath, and spoke. "He asked why we chose to leave our home. So I told him our whole story. I didn't want any surprises popping up on us later on. Are you upset?" I smiled at her and leaned across the console and kissed her 12 times and sang, "The truth shall set us free." She laughs, shaking her head, saying, "I love your crazy ass." And they both laughed. They pulled up to the high school. Lynette sat looking out at the facade of the building. Her mom asks, "What is it, baby? Are you nervous?" She turns to her mother and grins, saying, "Absolutely not. I guess I'm just missing my friends. And this is an adventure, right? I'm happy to be here with you. You're my best friend anyway. So let's get me registered and then find a diner for some coffee." Colette laughed and called her a caffeinated kitty. Lynette rolled her eyes and replied, "Puppy, mom, puppy." And they walked into the school arm in arm. After all the paperwork was taken care of, they took a tour of the school and stopped by Lynette's locker to drop her books. They headed out to find Lynette's coffee. There was a cute little diner, not even 2 blocks from the school, and Colette remarked how convenient it was, and perhaps Lynette would prefer lunch there instead of school some days. They had just taken a seat in a booth by the window when a girl about Lynette's age asked to take their order. She was a little taller than Lynette, light brown hair and brown eyes. Cute girl. Lynette spied her name tag and ordered, "Diana, I'll have coffee with creamer on the side and a slice of that heavenly smelling apple pie," and smiled up at her. Colette ordered the same, and Diana left to take care of it. She brought their orders to the table and turned to leave, but Lynette stopped her. "I'm new in town and starting school tomorrow. Do you go to high school?" Diana nodded, just watching her. Lynette smiled and asked, "Do you think you might willingly show me around so I can get acclimated quicker? Please, I could use a friend." Diana looked a little shocked and mumbled, "You want to be my friend? Are you sure?" Lynette laughed and said, "Of course. Let's exchange phone numbers. That way we can set a time to meet before classes start." "Yeah." Diana nodded, then smiled happily, saying, "I don't have many friends, and my best friend moved away last year. Maybe this is fate." Lynette laughed again, said, "Sure, let's go with that." The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Colette fixed dinner with her daughter. They sat and ate quietly. Afterwards, they were watching TV, and Colette said, "I have to be at the hospital by 4 in the morning. You'll be okay getting yourself off to school, yeah?" Lynette whined. "Mom, I'm nearly 18. Pretty sure I can operate the Keurig." And they both laughed. Lynette headed to her room, laying out her clothes for the morning, deciding on navy leggings and ankle boots with a navy 𝑽𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒐𝒏 sweater dress that strikes her mid-thigh. Cute, she thought. She stood brushing her teeth, thinking she looks more like her mom than her sperm donor, all but her eyes. Ice blue eyes that seemed to almost disappear in bright sunlight. That's what she inherited from her donor. But her silky, sable hair, her high cheekbones, full lips, that's her mom's genes. Her height, though, that's a conundrum. Colette is 5'8", and her father is 6'5" easy. So how did she stop at 5'3"? See? Conundrum. She checked the thermostat to make sure freezing cold feet didn't happen again and climbed under the covers. She whispered, "Dear Goddess, help us make this our forever home," and fell fast asleep dreaming of a black wolf and smelling coffee.
Chapter 2, Bothered by Lynette.
Damien knocks on his father's door and hears him say, "Come." He enters and takes a seat in front of Paul's desk. His dad looks up at Damien and asks, "What's on your mind, son?" Damien replies, "I met the new girl. She seems disrespectful. I'm not sure that's the word I'm looking for. But there's something about Lynette that has Demon on edge." "Not something I'm used to." Paul raises his eyebrow at his son and says, "Good, on edge, or bad?" As in angry. "On edge?" Damien shrugs. "No antsy, maybe? I don't know." She spoke to Liam and Demon poked his head up and listened. "He won't answer me about it, though. What can you tell me?" Paul looked long and hard at his son. Then he spoke. "You will be ascending to Alpha when you turn 21 in August. So I will share everything about Colette and her daughter with you, just in case anything comes up about it later. I don't want you caught unaware. Bear in mind, some of what I tell you, Lynette has no clue about. I will tell you this. First, Lynette is Alpha-born. Colette is the true mate of Massimo Devereaux of Black River Pack in Louisiana. His brother Andre is the Alpha of Black Moon. Andre took Lynette under his wing and helped raise her. Massimo recognized Colette as his mate at a mating ball 19 years ago. He claimed her, mated her, and rejected her, all within 2 hours. He claimed his pack would never accept a witch as Luna. She became pregnant from that mating and moved to New Orleans, away from Massimo. It is there she met Andre. He could smell his brother in the child she carried and offered her his assistance. He just wanted to help, apparently. 7 months ago, Massimo and his chosen gave birth to their first child, a son. That boy was born without an alpha mantle. Only firstborn are gifted. So Massimo finally remembered what had happened with his true mate and realized she must have had a child, and a search has begun. Andre called me, asking for asylum. I granted it. It's a win for us, as Colette is renowned for being the best healer in the country right now. And to our benefit, Massimo knows only 2 things about her. Her name is Colette, and she's a witch. Andre says there has to be, or at least 2,000 Colettes in the French Quarter alone. We have time to prepare to protect her, so I'm not worried. And Andre assures me he will notify us of any movement we need to be aware of. Lynette doesn't know her father may be searching for her. Colette wanted her to, at least, graduate before reality sets in. She seems a dedicated mother, and that speaks volumes to me. A young girl, finding herself pregnant and alone. Never once doubted she loved her baby. Damien asked, "How are we certain this is all true? We are just taking the word of Alpha Andre and a witch. We need to do our due diligence." Paul laughed and laughed again, saying, "Yes, son, I just became Alpha yesterday. Colette provided DNA evidence, proving a direct blood tie between Andre and Lynette. If that wasn't enough, have you seen that girl's eyes? They are definitely the trademarked 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 blue. He laughs again. Now, you have the FIS classes at the high school this month, correct? And Damien nods, says, yep. Want to observe and single out the kids I believe will benefit from warrior training. It should be fun. I'll get to torture Liam. They laugh and Paul says, not too much, son. He's going to be your beta. And just then Liam knocks on the office door and Paul bids him entry. He walks over to flop on the couch and asks what's shaking. Damien shrugs and says talking about the new girl. Liam sits straight up and says, she's so cool. Immediately walked up to me and declined we are going to be friends, like I had no say in it. And I don't think I did. Have a say, I mean. Logan just laid in my head wagging his tail, like all's right with his world. But I'm okay with it. She's funny. Not intimidated by rank. She seems like a go-with-the-flow kind of girl. And I like that about her. No pretense. Damien snarks, maybe she's your mate. And Liam shakes his head. Nope, felt nothing when we touched. And Logan is just calm around her. She's a half-witch. How freaking cool is that? Maybe I can talk her into turning Blaze into a toad for a day. That would be great. Damien chuckles and shook his head, says, with Blaze luck, someone would tote his warty as to biology, and he would get dissected. They all laughed at that. Paul said, Liam, did you need something? He shook his head, said, nope. Just bored and being nosy. Paul chuckled at his sons, shaking his head. Then he looks at Damien with a serious face and tells him, I want you to break up with Christine. I know she is beta-born and Aaron's daughter, but I've been hearing things, ugly things, and she's not your mate. You need to set that record straight. I don't understand you young people. In my time, we waited for our mate. There was no question of going out and testing the waters. We knew we had our one, and no one else would do. All of you young men will regret it, especially when you find your true mate and realize she waited for you. Mark my words, that information will hurt her. Damien replies, and what if my mate didn't wait either, Dad? I'm over 20 years old. I have needs. My mate is obviously not part of our pack. And aren't we going to need a Luna when I ascend in August? Paul glares angrily. Your mother will remain Luna until your mate is found. But I guarantee you, it is not Christine. Get rid of her. That's my final word on it. Damien slams out of the office, with Liam on his heels. Dude, what was that? Do you, really love Christine? 'Cause I gotta tell ya, I don't think she feels the same. I mean, sure, she likes the attention throwing your name around gets her. But I have heard she likes playing around with a few of the warriors. I'm just saying, bro, be careful. Damien swings around and pops Liam in the nose. Christine is good to me. You don't get to talk like that. I would know if she was stepping out on me. Goddess, I hate rumors. And he stormed away from his brother. He hit the backyard and shifted, letting Demon have his head. They ran and hunted, napped by the waterfall. They needed this to clear their heads. They decided to run a perimeter check to kill some time before bed. As they approached the northern border, just on the outskirts of town, they caught a whiff of a scent. It tantalized Demon's nostrils. Chocolate with a hint of spice, and it was delicious. Demon puttered around the area, trying to locate the origin of the smell, but it just perplexed him. He decided to sleep on it and might have better luck tomorrow. He reached the pack house and, shifting, walked inside. Christine was waiting in his room, waiting for him. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Get dressed, Christine. I'm not in the mood tonight, she pouted. I can improve your mood. You just have to lie back and relax and I can. No, he yelled. I said not tonight. Now leave. And she grabbed her robe. Running out the door, Liam stood in the hallway, reaching for his own doorknob and asked, All good, bro? Damien nodded, and then he reached out his hand, saying, Liam, about earlier. I'm sorry, Liam laughs and says, what's a few bloody noses between brothers? And they laugh, telling each other good night. Damien wakes and stretches his full length, thinking he needs to order a new bed. He stands 6'7", and he has the same bed he's had since he started high school. His feet hang off the end now. Jumping in the shower, he realizes he's looking forward to coaching at the school for the next several weeks. It relieves him of that infernal paperwork that seems to just magically pile higher, no matter how many hours he spends signing his name. He hops down the stairs 3 at a time and wanders into the dining hall, sauntering over to sit beside his mom. Kissing her on the cheek, and she asks him about his plans for the day. As he's explaining his agenda, he sees his mother nudge her head toward the door. He looks up and sees Christine walking and laughing and touching a warrior while he listens to her intently. Demon raises his head to peer out of their eyes, and he speaks in his head. Looks like there might be some truth to Liam's rumors. I say we look into that. And Damien says, yeah, we should. He turns to his mom and kisses her again, saying he will see her after school, and hollers for Liam to, let's roll, bro. Liam and Blaze follow him out to the truck. As he's climbing in, Christine runs out asking, what about me? And he smirks, saying, find your own ride, and off they go.
Chapter 3, First Day of Fresh Hell.
Lynette rolled over and slammed her hand down on the alarm, mumbling, stupid screaming noise, and damn it. Now I have to tell Mom we need a new clock again. Rolling out of bed, her foot tangles in the sheets, and she falls on the floor, rubbing her nose. She gripes all the way to the bathroom, doing a little dance in the shower. For having the foresight to wash her hair last night, she jumps out and towels off. She got dressed in the clothes she laid out and hopped on down to the kitchen. Popping the Keurig lid down on her mocha coffee pod, she noticed a note on the counter. Good morning, my kitty cat. You will find your keys beside your backpack at the door. Your Jeep was delivered sometime in the night, and I know that will make you happy. We have an introductory dinner at the Pack House tonight with the Alpha's family. So I need you home right after school, okay? I love you, monkey butt. Have a great day, Mom. Hey, eek? Yes, hell yay, my Jeep. Then she looks around to make sure nobody heard her, laughing because she's alone. Smart Lynette, worried the ghosts will hear. She toasts a bagel and slathers it with strawberry cream cheese and moans as she sinks her teeth into it. Sets the coffee maker for her to-go cup of coffee. She darts back upstairs to brush her teeth. She dashes back down, grabs her coffee, stopping by the door for her backpack and keys, and jumps into her Jeep. Rounding a corner, she spies Diane standing at a bus stop off and to the side, away from the other kids. She pulls her Jeep to the curb and puts her window down, asking Diane if she wants to ride with her. Diane shook her head and says, I don't want to trouble you, and Lynette replies, PFFFT, you'd be doing me a favor. Keeps me from talking to myself. Come on. Can't have my new best friend riding a bus. Diane climbed and whispering, only if you're sure, and Lynette said, enough of that. I'm desperate for the company, and you are already my friend. Let's play 20 questions so we know everything about each other. Diane laughs. You definitely have a lot of energy. Okay, let's play. Favorite color? Mine's red. Lynette says, blue. Favorite food? Mine is anything Italian. Diane nods, agreeing Italian is best. Lynette says, favorite parent? Mom or dad? Diane replies, that's easy. I only have my dad. Lynette comes back with, hey, me too. Well, not really me too. But I only have my mom. We're like twinsies. And they are still laughing as they pull into the parking lot. They hop out of the Jeep and Lynette waits at the front until Diane reaches her. She locks her arm with Diane's and whispers, let's give 'em hell. And they walk to the doors giggling. Lynette looks up and says, hey Liam, I was wondering if I'd see ya this morning. Liam looks up grinning. Hey, new bestie, what's shakin'? Oh hey, I want to introduce you to my best friend, Blaze. Lynette smiles, shaking Blaze's hand. 𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏, yeah, congratulations. This is Diane, and she's my new girl bestie. They all separated at their classes, with the decision to meet up at lunch, and the day marched on. Lynette walked into the cafeteria and spotted Diane, walking over to her, asking what's for lunch, but Diane shook her head. Lynette understood immediately and suggested Diane find them a table while she grabs lunch. Grabbing a tray, she stood in queue waiting her turn. She put 2 of everything she liked on the tray and paid. Looking around for Diane, she made a beeline for the table and sat down, placing 1 of everything in front of each of them. Lynette leaned in close and whispered, "No, I do not see you as a charity case, and I do not pity you. You are my friend, and friends look after friends. Besides, I have been in your shoes, and made fun of and bullied for it, so goddess pity the fool who wants to bully my best friend." And she smiles great big, saying, "Now eat." Liam and Blaze stop at their table and say, "Can we sit with our new besties?" And Lynette laughs, sliding a chair towards him with her boot. They sit down and start talking about their days so far. Liam said he is excited for FIS today because tryouts begin. Blaze agreed, saying he can't wait to kick some ass. Lynette said, "Tryouts? For what? And can I kick some ass too?" Liam responded with, "Warrior tryouts. As far as if you can kick some ass, can you?" She just smirks at him. They stood up and Diane stepped away to clear their trash. When Christine stops beside Blaze and sneers, "Oh, Liam, how low did you stoop to sit at the loser's table?" Just as Liam was about to respond, Lynette put her hand on his arm and shook her head. Looking directly at Christine, she smiles sweetly, and in a voice loud enough to carry, she starts, "Oh, Christine, is that your name? So, you're the lead mean girl. Where's your entourage? Call them over. I'll wait." Glancing around for the rest of Christine's troop, she spots Damien leaned against the counter, not even taking the time to question that. She sees 4 more girls have arrived. She smiles sweetly and says, "Oh goody, you're all here, so I only have to say this once. Understand me well, I don't do mean girls. I don't tolerate bullies, for any reason, in any instance. You, Christine, cannot, and will not ever be able to intimidate me, frighten me, or make me cry. I am confident in who I am. I am well aware of my strengths and abilities. Know that I will not put up with you tormenting or torturing me, or anyone I call friend. You are exactly the same girl who went to my last school. You are the exact same person in every school in the world. You believe that because you are a beta's daughter, that allows you to say whatever you want. You think because you are fucking the alpha to be, that gives you carte blanche to throw your weight around and torment anyone you see as a target. I'm not your target, Christine. Trust me in this, today is not your day, and I am not the one." And Lynette turns to Diane to take her hand and walk away, but Christine had other plans, grabbing Lynette's arm. Lynette spun and gripped the back of Christine's head and slammed it into the table. She snarled, "You were fucking warned. Why don't you run to your boyfriend and let him know what a bad little witch I am? Or one of your boyfriends. Whatever. I smell at least 5. And she grabbed Diane's hand, waltzing out of the cafeteria. Lynette looked at Diane, and they both cracked up. Diane laughed. "That was the best thing I have ever seen. She won't forget it, though. She's not capable of letting things go. And oh my goddess, calling her out for being a slut without calling her a slut is my now new favorite thing. I am so happy you moved here and chose me as your friend." The rest of the day was fairly decent, although Lynette decided she liked her art class best. She was standing in the girls' locker room, just finishing dressing out when she looked over at Diane and said, "Who sizes these things? I'm one of the shortest people in this school, and they still issue me a uniform too small." This shirt squishes my tits down to the size of kumquats and my ass is hanging out. I can't wear this shit. Diane reaches into her locker and hands her a hoodie saying, "Here, it's my dad's. It comes almost to my knees, so at least you'll be covered." Lynette hugs her and thanks her. The girls walk into the gymnasium and it's readily apparent everyone has separated into their little cliques. Typical high school bullshit. Lynette spots Liam waving her over, so she grabs Diane's hand and walks over to him. He reaches his arm out and she steps into it. He points, saying, "You remember my brother, right? And that's Coach Andrews. They will be observing today." Lynette asked, "Observing what exactly?" Liam laughs and says, "All of us. For strength, stamina, and endurance." She just nods. Coach Andrews says, "New girl, uniforms only. Remove the hoodie." Lynette smiles and says, "Name's Lynette. Not new girl. And no, I will keep the hoodie on." Andrews said, "You will only be in uniform in my class. Remove that hoodie or 15 demerits. And if you want a diploma in June, you will comply." She glares at him for a moment. Then she smiles and says, "Okay, but don't blame me when you can't evaluate one single teenage boy on anything more than the duration of their hard-ons," and whips the hoodie over her head, spinning on her heels, yelling, "Let's get this show on the road." She looks over her shoulder, seeing Liam and Blaze laughing so hard they have to hold one another up. Damien is just staring at her with his mouth hanging open, and the coach is beet red. He holds the hoodie out to her, saying, "Please put it back on," and she mutters, "That's what the hell I thought."
Chapter 4. Well. That went well.
Damien walked into the cafeteria to grab a soda and noticed Christine standing at a table in the corner. He called Demon forward to listen in. He smirked, hearing the little witch light into her. Demon perks up. Looking through Damien's eyes, he urges them forward, wanting to be closer, just not quite knowing why. He was amazed at how fast she twisted and slammed Christine's face on that table. Then calling her out on all the men she could smell was priceless. That girl definitely bears watching. He headed out to the gymnasium to observe the first class of the day. And unfortunately, Christine caught up with him. She whined that new girl was crazy and witches couldn't be trusted, and a bunch of other shit he had no intention of listening to, but she kept droning on. By the time he had reached the gym, he said, "Get to class, Christine," and walked inside. It's finally the last class of the day. AMD Andrews decides to be stupid, throws his weight around, demanding Lynette remove her hoodie. And she did. Man, she definitely did. And boom. Her cute melon as was there for the biting. Damien felt his cock straining at his shorts, and he had to adjust himself, as did every boy in the class. Would have been a nightmare if Coach hadn't allowed her to wear the hoodie. Dad informed me Lynette and her mother were coming to dinner to introduce them to the pack, so I'm standing here, in front of my mirror, trying to decide if I look all right, with no earthly idea why I even care. But here we are. Liam strolls in and whistles. "Damn, bro, looking sharp. What gives?" I sigh and say, "Dude, I wish I knew. The new girl is doing something to me. The more I see her, the more I want to be around her. Demon is pushing to the forefront every time she's in the same room we're in. It's confusing as fuck." Liam gasped. "Do you think she's your mate?" "She's not 18 yet. But Dad says her birthday isn't far away. We need to talk to Dad. And you'll need to ditch the sucky bitch." Damien shoved Liam off the bed, shaking his head. Everyone was getting seated as Lynette and Colette walk in. Alpha Paul holds a chair for Colette to sit and conversation resumed. We were all serving ourselves to food when I hear my mom say, "Lynette, how was your first day of school?" Lynette smiles and responds, "Uneventful, thank you, Luna." And we all hear Christine scoff. And my father asks, "Something to add, Christine?" And this bitch, this idiot, sells herself out by responding, "If you call accosting me, insulting me, accusing me of being a bully, and nearly breaking my nose uneventful. Then sure. My father raises an eyebrow and says, elaborate. And so began the tale of the persecuted damsel in distress that no one rescued from the evil clutches of the wicked witch of the West. And Liam lost his shit, while Blaze hid his face in his napkin. My dad sat there a good 2 minutes, then asked Lynette if that was how she remembered the events in the cafeteria, and she said, "No, sir. I remember it quite differently. But you must understand, every tale is told from our own personal point of view. So it's only logical my explanation of the events would quite probably be the exact opposite of hers. And I am new here. Who am I to say whether her behavior is any less acceptable than mine? I have my own sense of right and wrong, and not everyone will always agree with that either. Therefore, I would rather not reiterate my version." And Paul beamed. He beamed at her and retorted, spoken like a true diplomat, "Damien, I want the video from the school's cafeteria on my desk by morning." Damien replied, "Yes, sir," and Paul's beta, Aaron, leaned over to Christine and said, "Better hope your little story holds water, because I can't intervene if you have lied to our alpha." Colette leaned to her daughter and said, "You didn't say anything about this when you got home? What happened?" And Lynette shrugged, replying, "I bounced her face off a table in the cafeteria. She shouldn't have put her hands on me, Mom. I was walking away." Colette sighed deeply and looked at Alpha Paul, saying, "Alpha, I fear I must apologize for whatever you may see on that video. My daughter has an alpha's temperament, I'm afraid, and Lynette jumps up and says, "No, Mom, just no. You don't have to apologize for me. Not ever again." Alpha Paul, I did bounce Christine's face off a table in the cafeteria. She had made a pitiful attempt to bully me, and I reacted. I will apologize to you, and to this pack, and I will accept any punishment you deem fit. But I will not apologize for standing up for my beliefs, nor will I ever apologize to Christine. Thank you for dinner. I'm sorry if I spoiled anyone's appetite. Good night." And she stormed out. Her mother looked mortified, and Alpha Paul said, "Well, that went well," and chuckled. Colette looked up and started to say something, but Luna Lydia patted her hand and told her it's fine and not to worry. She looked around the table and smiled, saying, "I, for one, think things are going to get interesting around here again." And everyone laughed. Damien was in his room after dinner, and Christine walked into his room crying. Normally, tears upset him, and he would try and comfort her. But when she started to tell him what her version of what happened was, he said, "Save it, Christine. I was there, you know. I stood in that cafeteria and witnessed the entire thing, and you made first contact. That girl was walking away, and you dug your claws into her arm. I would have broken your neck. We are done, Christine. Never come to my room again. When you address me, it will be by my title. I am sorry, but you are not my mate, and I was wrong to have pursued anything between us this last year." She screeched, "You are only doing this to please your father. He hates me, and you know it. You're letting him coming between us. You know you love me, Damien. You know we are meant to be together." And he snarls, "My father had no part of my decision. You are the one who decided this for me. You are a selfish, spoiled, rotten, self-entitled bully, and I have had enough. Leave my room and don't speak to me again." She yanked the door nearly off its hinges and stomped out. And Damien felt like the weight of the world lifted off him. Damien stretched out on his bed and opened his laptop, searching beds. Finding one he thought would do nicely, he ordered it. Then he researched electronic locks for his door, finding one that looked fairly self-explanatory, ordered that as well. Feeling accomplished, he fell asleep. The next morning, his dad called him into his office. Sitting there, Paul said, "Give me your account of what happened in the cafeteria. I have spoken to Liam, Blaze, and a young woman named, yes, Diane, and everything they've said seems to coincide with the video." Damien said. Then, why do you need me? I didn't catch the first part. Just the end, and I had already ascertained the contact was justified. But that's only my opinion at this point, his father says. Those are my findings as well. But that brings us to what we do in regards to Christine. Is this a pattern? Does she frequently bully other students? Damien shrugs. Then he says, what if you call a meeting at the high school and exclude Christine? Allow Lynette to speak on her experience, and then open the floor for discussions. Once they have others to commiserate with, maybe we will get to the bottom of it all, Paul says. That's a really good idea. Set that up, would ya? And Damien groans on his way to the school.
Chapter 5. You need a timeout.
Lynette comes downstairs to grab coffee before headed out to school. She sees her mom sitting at the table and walks around to start her drink to go. She says, I thought you'd already be gone for work, Colette replies. I wanted to talk to you about last night. And Lynette interrupted her and said, in a very small voice, I can't handle when you are ashamed of me. I knew I was in the right, and what I did was justified. Instead of having faith in me and believing I would never intentionally hurt someone without reason, you apologized for me. You just assumed my alpha temperament kicked in, and I just what? Threw my weight around to prove a point. That's not who I am, Mom. That's not how I would ever react. Yes, I have my father's blood running through my veins, but that doesn't mean I am like him. I love you, Mom. I would do anything, be anything you asked of me. I feel like you are always waiting for the other shoe to drop, like I'm going to hurt you like he did. And I tiptoe around you, never wanting you to feel that way again. I just want you to know, I would never do anything to embarrass you. I'm going to be late. We will sit down tonight, and you can talk about what you're feeling. Turnabout is fair play, right? And she kissed her mom on the cheek, walking out the front door. Colette reached the clinic to find a message had been delivered, asking her to go to the Alpha's office, so she headed on over, fighting a feeling of dread. She was already feeling like shit for not having faith in Lynette, and wasn't sure how to make it up to her. She knocked on the Alpha's door and Lydia opened it, pulling Colette in for a hug. She whispered, You should be so proud of your daughter. I sure am. And Colette looked at her questioningly when Paul said, Come, sit, we want you to see this video. They sat quietly together and watched the entire video. When it finished, Colette dropped her face in her hands and cried. Alpha Paul cleared his throat, not certain why Colette was crying, but waiting it out. He finally spoke. Your daughter did nothing wrong. In fact, I am hoping she's done a great thing. I am going to ask her to tell this story in front of all her classmates, with Christine absent, and hopefully we find out how far this bullying goes. You should be very proud. You have raised her to be a strong, compassionate young woman, and that speaks highly of you as a mother. Colette sat a few minutes. When she spoke, it wasn't what was expected. I let her down. I didn't let her explain to me in private. I immediately jumped to apologize for her, and in doing so, I humiliated her. I made her feel like I was disappointed in her. Goddess, what have I done? She's right. She told me this morning that she isn't her father, that she would never hurt me like he did. And she's right. I am projecting all the hurt and pain I felt from her father onto her. I had somehow convinced myself, because she is Alpha, she would rip my heart out as well. I have to beg her to forgive me. I have to apologize and make her see that I am proud of her, and I am not ashamed of her. Lydia smiled and said, As mothers, we always want our kids to behave. We want to place them in little cookie-cutter molds and do exactly as we want. That only works until they are about 2. Then we best throw that mold away. They have their own thoughts, attitude, and opinions. We soon learn we are only their guides, showing them right from wrong, but allowing them to become who they are, and praying to our goddess that our guidance was enough. In Lynette's case, I believe you have done an excellent job with helping her become a strong young woman with upstanding morals. You need to be very proud. Colette hugged Lydia and asked if that was all. She said her boss was a stickler for schedules, and she didn't want to get fired, causing them all to laugh. Lynette had made it through the day without incident, and now here she stands in the gym, in a uniform that fits, by the way. She's waiting for Diane to reach her with a baton so she can finish the last leg of the relay race. She's developed a slight headache behind her left eye and just wants to be done. As she takes the last turn on the track, she sensed the most amazing smell. Coffee with a sweet vanilla twist. And she nearly stumbled. She asks her wolf Lacey, "What is that?" Lacey comes back with, "I'm not sure. It's heavenly. But I just am not sure. Could it be our mate? We're not far from being 18, so we could be scenting him." Lynette told her we didn't smell it yesterday. And I don't see anyone different here today. We have just over 6 weeks. Maybe we are close enough to our birthday. It's possible. She just shrugs and lies down. And the scent was only there a second. Finally, school is out. Lynette loved everything about physical activity. But after a shitty night, and this thing with her mom, and now the scent, it's too much today. She dropped Diane at the diner and headed home. She had that old Chinese disease dragoness and just wanted a hot bath in her bed. But that was not to be. As soon as she stepped through the door, her mother had her engulfing in a huge hug and just held her there, whispering, "I am so sorry. You were right. What you said this morning. You were right. I have been waiting, expecting you to just leave me, so I pretended you still need me, to fix your messes, to kiss your boo-boo, anything to make you not want to leave. In doing that, I have failed to notice the amazing young woman in front of me. I am so used to people just quitting on me. My own mother, your father, then my coven. It's formed a pattern on my heart. But I promise you, I am proud of you, and I love you so much." Lynette, crying from the halfway point, leaned back and said, "Can we start over? Hi, I'm Lynette." And they both laughed. Just like that, it felt like normal. She asks if she smelled lasagna, and Colette nodded, pouring them each a glass of wine. They laughed about their day, with Colette finishing about a pup who shoved a bean up his nose. Lynette asked Colette to come sit in the living room. She had some questions about mates, and her mom is the only one she can talk to about it. Lynette tells Colette about the scent. Then she asks, "Is it possible we are scenting our mate? I haven't felt sparks when I have touched anyone. I haven't felt a pull. Well, I have felt a pull to Liam, but it's best friendly or brotherly. And I feel a pull to Diane, but that's more of a protective instinct. This smell, though, richest coffee and vanilla, that's my new go-to. It was so strong. My knees gave out. I stumbled. It was crazy." Colette says, "I suppose it's possible, although I have never heard of she-wolf scenting their mate before their birthday, and I know only a few times of an alpha finding theirs early. But that was because the alpha shifted young. Tell you what, I will discuss this with Alpha Paul and see if he knows more. I'm not a wolf, and while I have tried to educate myself completely, for your sake, there is still more I don't know. But I want to help." Lynette throws herself against the back of the couch, crying, "I'm doomed. It's over. My life is ruined. Is this what I've become? I've reduced myself to taking advice about mates and wolves from the Wicked Witch. Stick a fork in me. I'm done." And Colette started laughing. She says, "You ungrateful, overly dramatic monkey butt. To your room. You need a timeout." And they chased each other up the stairs, laughing hysterically.
Chapter 6. He Can Pound Sand.
Damien had just rounded the corner to the hall to his office, and Christine is pinned against the wall, seemingly by a warrior trying to eat her face. I could be mistaken. But I looked over my shoulder at Liam and said, "Get rid of it." And just as he had them turn to usher them out, it opened its mouth. "What's wrong, Damien?" Jealous? And he laughed. Absolutely not. Then he really laughed. He asked, "Is that what your little display was about? To make me jealous? You failed. But you did succeed in making me disgusted. Now, never address me out of my title again, and never enter this hall again. And Blaze, get some air freshener up here. I am not smelling eau de slut all day." He opened his office door and Liam was helping Blaze off the floor with little success because they were both laughing so hard. The boys had settled into their routine, signing off on pack transfers and commodity requisitions, when Alpha Paul summoned them all to his office. Damien sighed. He spent the better part of the morning in there. He loves his dad. He does. But he's tired of him today. They stepped into the office and pulled up short when they saw another Alpha there. Damien looked at his dad with a question on his face. Paul indicated for them to sit. And once they had, he spoke, "Gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Alpha Andre Devereaux." Everyone shook hands, exchanging names. Once they settled back down, Paul said, "Andre has come with news that could affect our pack. We will hold our questions until he has finished. Andre, the floor is yours." Andre cleared his throat and started, "Allow me to preface this with my brother is insane. He is searching for my niece with every intention of killing her before the mantle settles on her 18th birthday. That leaves me 46 days to get her back in martial arts training and her weaponry. He hasn't found her, and I have made certain there was no paper trail to follow. But she is enrolled in school. That will end today. His intentions for Colette are unclear. One minute he says he wants her dead. In the next he wants to keep her as his mistress. That is the most imminent threat at the moment. The next threat is, there are 3 alphas, all wanting to mate her for the mantle. What no one seems to remember is, that mantle is hers by birthright, and she can only release it to one person. And even then, it is only by half. That person is her true mate, no one else. It won't revert to my brother if she dies, and it wouldn't ever fall to his second-born. If she dies, the mantle is lost. Once she finds her true mate, and they have mated and marked each other, her mate's strength will almost double, while hers will double completely. A mantle is only granted to certain bloodlines. As you know, Paul, I feel the mantle sitting on your son as we speak. At his ascension, it will settle. While I am asking in your assistance in this matter, know that I will fight on my own, if needs be, to protect my niece. I have been a part of her life since birth, and she is like my own. I don't have the names of the alphas yet, but I will soon. And I am well aware of my brother's strengths and weaknesses. Now I'm open to questions." Damien was the first to ask, "How much of a threat does she present to our pack?" Andre swivels his head and asks, "Is that your fear as well? I can load Colette and Lynette up and have them gone in an hour, Paul. I only sent them here because we've always had each other's backs." Damien speaks up. "I didn't mean it personally. I meant how well do we need to prepare? I'm not worried. We have enough warriors, enough technology. I just meant, how much should I step up training?" Andre said, "My brother's warriors are weak-kill trained. He hasn't even bothered keeping his pack healthy the last several years. I believe his wolf may be dying. When he rejected Colette 19 years ago, he was bedridden for 2 weeks. A true mate is nothing to take for granted." Liam speaks. "Who's going to tell Lynette? She's going to be spitting nails? I don't want to be the one to tell her, but I want to be in the room. It will be funny as fuck to watch her head explode." Everyone laughed. Andre says, "I see you know my niece well." And they laughed again. Blaze asks, "When she meets her mate, what if he isn't an alpha though? How would the mantle work then?" Andre's response is, "It doesn't matter what his rank is. If he is her mate, he will be alpha." Andre looks at Paul and says, "Would it be an imposition to pull Lynette and Colette out of town and into the pack house? It would be more convenient for her refresher training, as well as easier to protect her. Paul nods, saying, "That's not a problem." But we are still left with the dilemma of telling her, and they all laughed again. Paul suggests getting them in here and throwing Andre to the lions, as they all volunteered him to tell Lynette. Andre laughs and says he's not afraid. She's out of practice, and if she comes at him, he thinks he can take her, which struck Liam particularly funny. Paul looked up and says, "Colette just texted. They will be here in about 10 minutes. Shall we move this to the conference room? It's getting crowded in here. And Liam, link your mother to bring snacks and lots of coffee. I know Lynette will need it." And that struck Damien funny. Lydia had joined the guys by the time Lynette and Colette arrived. When the warrior opened the door to let them in, they all heard a high-pitched squeal that had everyone except Andre, who knew it was just his niece, being excited, and excited she was. She flew through the door and leaped across the table, and he caught her just as she wrapped her arms and legs around him. She whispered, "I could smell you," and tears flowed down her cheeks. Then it was, "Why are you here? Is Bonnie okay? Are you okay? What's happening? Do we have to move again? Why didn't you let Mom know you were coming?" And he says, "Take a breath, monkey butt. I can't answer even one of your rapid-fire questions. I am constantly trying to pick out which one to answer first." Everyone laughed, and Lydia said, "I'm out of breath listening to her," which brought another round of laughter. Andre led her and Colette to seats at the table. Damien set a cup of coffee down in front of them both, but in Lynette's he had unknowingly used French vanilla cream, and she held it to her nose, inhaling deeply. Knowing Damien had no idea what he'd done, and Andre began his story. He explained that there were 3 alphas that are determined to forcibly mate her, and when she asked why they just don't wait until they kill each other fighting over her, then she will kill the last man standing. He laughed and said it was a completely plausible idea with one tiny flaw, and that being the 3 have joined together and combined their warriors to take out whoever is harboring Lynette take her. Then they would fight it out to see who gets her. She sat there analyzing everything, paying attention to it all. Then he began to explain about her mantle, and her father wanting to kill her, and all that entails. She blew. She jumped up and said, "He has taken everything. He took our home, and now he's taking another one. He is taking my right to a normal life. I don't get to go to my senior prom. I don't get to graduate. I don't get to watch my mother be happy because he crushed her. He took her away from me before I even got here." And Colette grabbed her into arms and held her tight. She whispered, "He broke my heart, yes, but he gave me you. And he gave us Uncle Andre. And he gave me the strength to overcome what he did." Andre says, "Once you find your mate, you will be better protected. I think we can possibly get those 3 alphas to back away once the lure of the mantle is gone." And Lynette leans forward and says, "But I found my mate." And everyone looks at her bug-eyed. And she backpedals, I don't know. I think so. And Lacey thinks so. But I only have a scent. I don't know. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but it sure felt like it when that coffee vanilla smell hit me. My knees buckled. I'm rambling. All I know is, the sperm donor best not come for me. He will never be able to best me. He can pound sand down a rat hole with a better chance.
Chapter 7. Some Fools Never Learn.
Paul stood and said, "Lynette, why don't you catch up with your uncle a few minutes? Then we can all meet in the dining hall for dinner. Colette, will you join my family in my office?" And Blaise, Lynette, and Andre went out one set of doors as Paul took his family through another once they had all gotten settled in the office. He walked over and poured himself a stiff whiskey. He sat behind his desk and heaved a sigh. He says, "Colette, what age did Lynette shift?" Colette responds, 14. Paul says, "It's possible then. It's possible she found her mate." "What do you think?" Colette said, "Lynette came to me yesterday and told me she had found her mate." She believes and Lacey is pretty sure. I, unfortunately, am not a wolf authority. Sue me? So I told her we would talk to you and get your opinion. And when you handed her that coffee with vanilla cream, she had that same look on her face that she had last night. Paul looked over at Damien. Son, anything to add here? Damien looks up and says, what does Lynette smell like? Colette cocks a half grin and says, warm chocolate and cayenne pepper. Sweet and spicy. Damien's eyes get huge and he says, Dad. Paul chuckles and says, well, reckon you figured out what that something about Lynette is. And laughs harder and says, now you get to tell her. This is going to be fun. And the whole room laughs, except Damien. They all head to the dining room and Damien is practically vibrating with nerves. He's worried she won't want him. After what her dad did to her mom, and knowing he didn't wait for her. Please, goddess, don't let her reject us. Everyone is eating and chatting and Damien releases his scent, and he watches to see her reaction. And her nose comes up, and she breathes deeply. Then her head is swiveling from side to side and her eyes land on him. Her eyes get huge, and he mind-links her, can we talk? And she nods. They all sit talking a few more minutes and Damien stands up and says, Lynette and I are going to take a walk while y'all decide how to get them moved here. They've walked quite a ways, and he leads her to a meadow. There's fresh snow on the ground. He takes his hoodie off and puts it on her. He says, there was something about you from that first day. You were always in my mind. And then the next day at school. The way you handled Christine and Goddess, those as cheeks at 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, something about you. Then at dinner when you refused to throw Christine under the bus. Or when I watched your heart shatter all over your face when your mom apologized for you. There was something about you. And now I know what that something is. She whispered, are you going to reject me? Because if you are, you best believe I will still be walking away a virgin. I won't let what happened to my mom happen to me. He said, no, goddess, no. Are you going to reject me? Because of what your dad did? She shook her head, no. He smiled great big and speaks, well then, I, future Alpha Damien Richardson, accept you Lynette 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 as my mate and future Luna. She repeated back to him, and he couldn't have stopped himself, even if he wanted to. He leaned down and kissed her. He felt her lips begin to move under his, and he ran his tongue along her lower lip, and her mouth opened to let him in. He pulled back, and she whispered, my first kiss, rubbing her fingers across her lips. He lifted her and spun them around and said, your first kiss, and your last first kiss, and he laughed. Then he says, do you want to run? And Lacey moved straight to the front and nodded. They shifted and took off into the night. Demon led Lacey to his waterfall, and they played and splashed. And then he wrapped his big black body around her smaller sable one, and they napped. They slept about an hour, then raced back to the pack house. They walked in through the doors, and both their families had all eyes on them. Lynette giggles under her breath and says awkward, and Damien laughs, saying she said, yes, and the room erupted. Lydia and Colette were hugging Lynette, and all the guys were congratulating Damien. Lynette said, I have to call Diane, and took out her phone. Damien stayed her hand and said, just link her. She retorts, I can't. She doesn't have a pack link. Paul heard and asks, who doesn't have a pack link? And Damien says, Lynette's friend Diane Dawson. Paul looks like he's racking his brain, and he mutters, Dawson, Elliot Dawson? He told me his wife and daughter died. What the fuck? Can you get your friend here, sweet girl? She nods and Liam leans over to her and says, Dad likes you best. Don't hear him calling us that, do you? She giggled and said, I'll be sure and let him know you're feeling left out because he doesn't call you sweet girl. And turned to walk over to Damien with Liam chasing her and begging her not to tell his dad that. And she's just laughing. Diane comes in and she asks, what is it? Are you okay? I was worried. Your text was so obtuse. Lynette giggled and said, I love you for caring so much. Nothing is wrong. Everything is wonderful. Damien is my mate. Yep. And the whole house whines. Diane said, "Fuck, that's worse than a dog whistle." And every person in the room cracked up. Paul stepped over to Diane and asked if she would come to his office with Lynette for a minute, and she nodded. Lynette took her hand and Damien followed them to the office. When they all were seated, Paul speaks directly to Diane. "I am led to understand you don't have a pack link. Can you explain why that is?" she whispered. "I was told you said I didn't need one." He shook his head, saying, "I would never say anything of the kind. Dear one, Lynette mind links Damien damn. He even likes Diane more than Liam. I can't wait to tell him." Damien tried not to laugh. Paul looks at us, shaking his head. Then he says, "Diane, we can establish a link right now if you'd like." And her smile got so big she could only nod. Paul takes the ceremonial dagger and inducts Diane into the pack by having her swear allegiance, and they clasp their sliced palms. Paul then tells Damien, "Get Elliot Dawson in here by 9 in the morning, Diane. I won't push you, but one day soon. I'd like to hear your story." And she nodded again. Paul looked up and his eyes glazed, and we waited to see what the link was about. He grinned at us and reached his arm out and pulled the door open, and our families filed in. Liam says, "This is getting to be a bad habit." And we all laughed. Paul said, "I called you all here because in 45 days we will be having a birthday party, followed by an Alpha Ascension and Luna ceremony, with the Beta and Gammas swearing in to take place directly after. I am retiring, son. I'm tired. I want to travel the world with my Luna. You are ready. And once you mate and mark your Luna on the night of your ascension, you will become the strongest Alpha on the planet. You will be a double-mantled Alpha. That hasn't happened in 1,000 years. Ladies, I leave the planning and designing in your capable hands. Now, I believe this has been a hell of a long day. I say we call it a night." Lynette was walking with Liam, tormenting him about his dad, even liking Diane better, and they were shoving each other back and forth with Damien chuckling behind them. And they stepped into the Alpha's hallway. And there, leaning against Damien's door, is Christine. Liam starts to snicker, says, "This is gonna be good." Damien bellows, "Why the fuck are you in the Alpha's hall?" And she whines. "Something is wrong with the lock, Damien. I can't get in." And he yells, "No shit, you can't get in. I have told you numerous times to never address me any other way but Alpha. And you know for a fucking fact we are done. We have been done. This is the last time I have this conversation with you. Next time you go to the cells." She storms off, yelling something about him regretting it, and Lynette said, "I would give it 2 days before she hits the cells," and Liam laughs, saying, "Some fools never learn."
Chapter 8. Boom goes the dynamite.
Damien enters his father's office the next morning, hearing him setting up an appointment for 3 today. And demon stirs in his mind. Damien asks him what's wrong. "That appointment. There's something. I'm not sure, but we aren't going to be happy." "Does it have to do with Lynette, do you think?" "I'm not sure. This shit with finding our mate has me messed up too. It's not like I was born knowing everything, Wolfie. I want simple things. Humans are too complicated, okay? I will discuss it with Dad. Don't have to be a dick." Paul was watching his son several minutes. When Damien looked up and noticed, he smiled sheepishly. Demons being a dick. "So, what appointment was that?" Paul half chuckled. "Alpha Nicholas. He's coming this way and wants to discuss becoming allies. Wouldn't discuss it on the phone. I'm going to let you and Liam take lead on this one. I'm just going to observe. Tell me what you remember about Nicholas. Training starts now." And he laughs. Damien smirks. Alpha Nicholas, ascended at 18, when his father was killed by rogues. Has been Alpha 12 years. Single. Never found his mate, or didn't care to. Blood driver pack in Missouri has been in his family for 3 generations. Medium size, roughly 800 people. only 200 warriors and poorly trained. Doesn't believe in ranks alpha and beta. That's all. Everyone else is omega. 2 siblings living, one of each. Sister is mated to his beta, drawing a blank to any more. What did I miss? Paul smiles and says, nothing. That was impressive. Can you do that with the other alphas? Damien shrugs and nods. He asks, there's nothing specific Nicholas spoke to for this impromptu visit. The timing feels off to me and Demon isn't taking the information well, and he doesn't know why. Apparently, he wasn't born knowing everything Wolfie who knew. Paul shakes his head. That's why you're taking lead. This will be all yours in less than 2 months. And he starts laughing so hard he snorted. Damien laughs lowly, way to instill confidence. Dad, I have until 3 to prepare. And I don't even know what to prepare for. I guess I will prepare for anything and expect the worst. Paul chuckles again. There's my alpha son. Damien left Paul in search of Liam and Blaze. He found them playing COD with against Lynette and Diane, so he stood there and watched a few minutes. Diane kept asking questions, complaining she kept dying, and Blaze and Liam were ganging up on her. Lynette was cracking up and grabbed Diane's controller and started stalking Liam. And Liam yelled, "You can't kill me with someone else's controller." So Lynette giggles, saying, "Watch me, oh damn, Liam shit. Is that a grenade?" "Yep. Looks like a grenade and you're trapped behind the wall." Oh, deep breath, boo-bye. And Damien laughed as the screen explodes and Liam dies. Lynette was laughing and kicking her feet in the air. "That's 3, bro. 3 times you die. Doesn't matter which controller. I could use Blaze's controller and you'd still die." Blaze starts tickling her, saying, "Next time, you are on my team. Say it. Say you'll be on my team." And he kept tickling her until she agreed, and Blaze jumps up and says, "In your face." Boom goes the dynamite, bitch. And they all laugh like mad idiots. Damien sat on the couch, pulled Lynn into his lap, and asked Liam how he knew she would kill him with Diane's controller. And he laughs, saying, "She kills me every time. Doesn't matter which side I play on. And not Blaze. Only me. She literally will pass Blaze to get to me. I'm thinking she cheats or uses her witchy skills." And they all laugh. Damien tells them, "Boys, we have a meeting with an alpha Nicholas at 3 today. We are taking lead, as Dad wants us to acclimate." Blaze arranged the conference room. "We have no idea what he wants, but to request this meeting out of the blue has my radar online." He kisses Lynette and whispers, "Can you lay low while this alpha is here? I don't trust this meeting." And she nods, smiling sweetly, saying, "I will be in the training center with Andre, kicking his ass anyway." He laughs and tells her he loves her confidence. She smirks, "Facts, baby, facts," and walks out giggling. The conference room is ready, and all 3 of the men are standing on the front steps of the pack house waiting, and have been waiting for the last 15 minutes for Alpha Nicholas to exit his vehicle. And by the time he does, Damien is pissed. This upstart requested a meeting, giving a set time for said meeting to take place, only to show up late, sitting in his vehicle, while leaving him and his men standing like lackeys waiting on their master's pleasure. Fuck that. His first official act as acting alpha is going to be knocking another alpha out. Nicholas steps towards Damien and introduces himself. "Ah, young alpha Damien. I'm Nicholas Bennett. And this is my beta Ben caddy." Damien looks them both up and down and says, "Right, follow me," and spun on his heel to reach the conference room. Before the walls had holes, Liam indicates where Damien wanted both men to sit. It was a strategic plan for optimum observation. Once they were all seated, Damien remained standing in front of his chair at the head of the table, just looking at the other alpha, allowing his anger to wash through the room. Several minutes later, he takes his seat and begins to speak. "Alpha Nicholas, I'm not at all sure why you have requested this meeting. As far as I know, You have never been this far east. I am also not at all sure what you hope to achieve by asking for a certain time to have this meeting, then sitting in your vehicle, waving it in my face, your every intention of being late. My every instinct tells me to tell you to leave. Yet, my wolf is curious. I'm feeling generous today, so I'm going to accommodate him. The floor is yours. Nicholas chuckles a bit and says, I apologize for that. I'll admit it is a tactic I use to keep others off balance. It has served me well in the past, however. This is the first time I have been called on it. The reasons for my visit are complicated and difficult to describe without sounding self-serving. I have been traveling for the past 2 months, trying to gain allies. I am wanting to enlarge my pack. But to do so, I need warriors. I have tried recruiting, and that has resulted in about 20 men joining my ranks. But they aren't the most trustworthy gentlemen. They've lived hard, and training them to unlearn these behaviors is time-consuming, and I find myself running short on time. I would really appreciate becoming allies with you. A pack this size carries weight in all parts of the country. By being in good standing with the largest pack on the East Coast, could possibly open doors to transfers to my pack. My second order of business is a simple one. My mate is missing. She disappeared roughly 2 weeks ago, and unfortunately, we don't know if she was taken or has gone into hiding. She's a very special wolf, and many people are searching for her. They would like nothing better than to prevent our mating, and I need to protect her. If our alliance is concreted today, I would ask for the loan of some warriors to aid in my search. And he sits back with a smarmy grin, convinced he has sold his case. As he was speaking, Damien forced himself to remain seated, acting calm, and he realized one of the 3 is sitting in front of him. Now, how to play it? Finally, he starts to speak. I'm hearing a lot of contradictory instructions, Nicholas. I am failing to understand how an alliance with a pack 1,000 miles away from me would, in any way, benefit my people. You import nothing into your pack. You have no export. I do not need the aid of your warriors, and I know you only have 16 females in your pack, all mated. I am going to table the alliance discussions for a moment, as I am more intrigued about this mate of yours. Who is she? Why would she hide from you? What's her name? Her description? Why would she run to the East Coast from Missouri? See where I'm going with this? Did you think I would blindly accept an alliance and immediately help you find this girl? Excuse me a minute. I have an urgent phone call I must take.
Chapter 9, First Thing.
Damien stepped into his father's office and said, He's one of the 3 alphas. I would like you and Aaron to sit in and listen to what he has to say. I know how I'm going to play it. I just don't want to lose my temper. And I know with you and Palladius in the room, Demon will respond to you. Paul nods and says, Then let's go. Damien breezes back into conference and apologizes for the interruption and introduces Paul and Aaron. Then he speaks. Please, Nicholas, continue. Nicholas clears his throat and stutters through his next statements. My pack may be small, but we are growing. And the best way to do that, I need alliances. I need larger packs backing me to get the appropriate doors opened. I realize we are further apart than is ideal, but an alliance protects you, as well as it does me. Damien scoffs. How so? Again, I am failing to see any benefits. From what I'm hearing, your new warriors and their behavioral problems sound too much like rogue mentality for me to be comfortable with. You have still adamantly avoided any information about your missing mate. And if you want any help from me at all, those blanks need filling. Nicholas sighed and says, There is limited information I can give you, simply because my information is limited. The girl in question is a bastard daughter of an alpha in Louisville. She is my chosen mate, a part of a deal I made with her father. I had to wait until her 18th birthday to claim her, which is in 2 months, at the end of March. I don't have a photograph of her to even help you recognize her, if you saw her. Like I said, she is a special wolf and is in danger. I just want to protect her and get her back to Missouri where she is supposed to be." And Damien smirked. He responds, "I fail to see how I can help you. I haven't been made aware of any runaways in my territory, and I can say everyone residing in my territories are pack members. It sounds to me like you are looking for a needle in a haystack. Without so much as a picture of this girl, how can you be certain you'll even know her yourself if you see her? How would you recognize her?" And Nicholas retorts, "I will know her. Trust me on that. I may not know what she looks like, or even a decent description, but she is a mantled alpha, and there is no other she-wolf in existence with such a thing." And Damien laughs, saying, "There it is. There's the reason you want this girl. You want the mantle. You do know she can't pass the mantle if you aren't her true mate, don't you? They do educate you people out there in the backwoods, right? You're chasing unicorns, and I cannot see my way clear to agree to help you in any way. You don't even know what she looks like. It's a wild goose chase I will not indulge in. Good day." Nicholas slammed his chair back and stood, glaring daggers at Damien, who just sat calmly watching, until Nicholas stormed from the room. Paul stood up to leave with Aaron and said, "I'm leaving our pack in very capable hands. I'm ready to kiss tails on the beach." Laughing, he walked out. Damien sat there, looking at the guys. He says, "Blaze, research the Blood River pack. I want to know what alliances he's acquired in the last 2 months he's been seeking. Also, all known associations, especially any new ones. I want to know his affiliation to 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚. And I damn sure want to know about his new pack members. If that 𝑽𝒂𝒏 is building an army, I need to know. I want everything on him, right down to when he takes a shit." Liam tells them he is going to speak to Andre. With his pack being in the area, he will have something that might shed some light. Damien jumps up saying, "I'll come with. I want to see Lynette in action." And they all laughed and walked over to the training center. As they stepped through the doors, Damien looked around in confusion. All his warriors were lined up, leaning against the walls, staring at the center ring. He thinks, why are they not training? Then he hears the ringing clang of blade against blade and spins his head to what they were looking at. In the center ring, in spandex shorts and a sports bra, with her sable hair wrapped on the top of her head in a messy bun, was his mate. Spinning and twirling, what looks like a katana, over her head and around her stomach, landing blow after stinging blow on her uncle. He had nicks and gashes all over him, and she had one nick on her thigh, and another on her upper arm. Damn, she's fast. He couldn't stop watching. He couldn't not watch her. She's phenomenal. She spun left and under his arm, to snap up behind him with the katana braced against his neck. She grins from ear to ear and says, "You're slowing down, old man, that's 3. And laughs as he lunges at her and tosses her over his shoulder and bringing her to Damien. He smiles and says, "She's learned all I can teach her. If you'll excuse me, Liam has asked to speak with me," and walks away. Damien pulls Lynette into him and just breathes her in. He asks her to walk with him and takes her hand. They head out into the woods, and he tells her about the meeting with Nicholas. She thinks a minute. "Damien, it seems like it's more. Like I'm missing some significant detail. I am told my sperm donor wants me dead. Then we hear I have been sold to another alpha. I'm missing something." Damien kept quiet for a while, thinking over everything she said. She's right. Something doesn't set well. 3 alphas want the mantle. What does 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 really want? Colette is his true mate, and he would have known her general location by the pole alone. And not once did he go see her. Not once had he tried to contact her. He needs to discuss that with Andre. Damien looks at her beautiful face and smiles. "Would you like to go for a run? Demon needs to stretch." She grins and nods, stepping behind a tree to strip. Damien shifted into the all-black of Demon and walked over to lick Lacey's muzzle. She was solid sable and almost as tall as Demon. A stunning alpha she-wolf, and she is his. Demon twisted and leaped, running off. Lacey crouched and sprung, passing him. Damien links her. You have a mark behind your ear. It's not defined enough to tell what it is. Because of your fur, probably. Is it a birthmark? The fur is such a beautiful golden color, stark contrast to the mahogany. She nods, letting him know it's a birthmark, and even in my skin, it's hard to see. Behind my left ear, a crescent moon and 3 stars. My mom won't tell me what it means, but I know it means something. She gets anxious when I asked her about it, so I stopped. I forget about it mostly, unless it is itching or burning. But that only happens when it glows. They had run the perimeter of the pack lands and returned. He stepped over to the tree where his clothes were, and she did the same. She walked up to him, and he pulled her into his arms, kissing her lightly. Then he tilted her head to see the mark. She laughed out loud, telling him, I knew that's the first thing you would do.
Chapter 10. It Happens. Damien's POV.
Lynette went to find Diane. She hadn't really talked to her much since she was brought into the pack, and she wants to make sure she's okay. I walk through the living room to the kitchen, looking for my mom. She's helping Nancy, our head cook, make lemon bars. I asked, Mom, you got a minute? She nods, grabs a cup of coffee, and sits at the counter. I'm nervous, trying to not sound like a wuss. I say, I don't want my ascension and lunar ceremony to be traditional. Lynette doesn't get a prom. Is there any way we can set the ballroom up to resemble a school dance? Maybe take her out to find a prom dress? I want it to be special for her, Mom. She stood and walked around the counter to hug me like I had invented ice cream and tells me, You have grown into a wonderful man. I am proud of you. And, of course, we can compromise. The ceremony adheres to tradition, and the ballroom will turn into a themed dance. I must speak to Colette. And she zooms out of the kitchen, and I look at Nancy saying, she's excited, and we laugh. Heading to my office, I link Liam and Blaze to meet up. I'm Googling Lynette's mark, trying to figure out the significance. All I'm finding is tattoo flashings and drawings. I look up at Liam and spin my laptop around. What do you think of this? And Liam looks at it a second and shrugs. It's pretty. I roll my eyes. No, you fucking moron. I'm asking because I was wondering if you can think of any symbolism it may represent. And he says, oh, okay, but it is pretty. Blaze laughs, idiot. I tell them it's Lynette's birthmark, but I want to keep it between us until I know more about it. It's specific, detailed. Most birthmarks are random and misshapen, and werewolves rarely have any. Liam tells me he and Blaze will check the library for anything, but I could always ask Colette. I replied, no, Lynette said she just brushes it off whenever she asks. I would love to speak to Dad about it, but I'm still inclined to keep it between us until we know more anyway. A knock at the door has me raising an eyebrow. Come, and in walks Christine. Liam looks at Blaze and says, fuck, I owe Lynette a week of fetching her coffee. Blaze laughs and asks why. He shakes his head. I was stupid and misjudged the ignorance of Christine. At that, I laughed. I said, what do you want, Christine? I linked my dad and asked if he and Aaron could come to my office. I didn't want this to get out of hand. Christine starts crying and spewing words I can't understand, while Blaze is sitting, staring and saying, she's crying. Why is she crying? Make it stop, my goddess. It's going to make my ears bleed. Why is she making that noise? And I burst out laughing. I tell her to stop crying. I can't understand her. My dad knocks as he's opening the door. And Aaron demands, why are you here, Christine? She doesn't respond right away, and he yells, answer me. She whimpers, I need to talk to Damien alone. I shook my head. Not happening. So, what do you want? She looks around at everyone in the room and whispers, it's personal. And Liam says, just spit it out. How personal can it be? And 3 things happen at once. She snaps, I'm pregnant, okay, happy? Her dad slaps her into next week. And I fell out of my chair laughing. My father looks pissed. He tells me I had better explain. I replied, there's really nothing to explain. I fuked her, yes, about 5 months ago. It wasn't that good. And I wore a condom. There's no way I'm anybody's dad, if she's even pregnant. Aaron snapped at his daughter. Explain yourself now, girl, she screams. He is supposed to be mine. He is mine. I am going to be Luna. I have been reading all the books. I'm a beta's daughter, and we grew up together. Everything makes sense. Why can't you see that? And her father says, what I see is a troubled young girl. We are going to the infirmary for a pregnancy test. Then you are packing a bag. You're heading to the academy. He grabbed her arm and dragged her out the door. Lesson learned, son. My dad laughs. I said, she used to be nice, someone to hang out with. I was drunk the night I had sex with her, and I told her it would never happen again. And it didn't. But I never dreamed she would take it to this extreme. She knows we aren't mates. I told her 1,000,000 times I wanted my mate. I don't get it, Liam asks. What's to get? She became obsessed. And now she is going to a military school. Best hope she gets her crazy fixed. Or when she comes back, she will not only be crazy, but trained to kick your ass. And they all laughed. Hardy har har mother fuker. Lynette waltzes in to tell me lunch is ready. And she looks around. Says I smell a skank. So Blaze proceeds to spill everything that happened. She starts laughing. She thought she could pull the pregnancy card. Does no one pay attention in school? She wolves only get pregnant one of 2 ways. Her true mate, or her chosen mate. But only after they've marked each other. And then, it can take a long time. If at all, I had forgotten that. And I realized everyone else had too. As Lynette and I headed out for lunch, she spins and screeches, "Yep, I don't have to get my own coffee for a month." And I said, "Baby, we gotta work on that scream. It's painful." And we all laugh. We're sitting at the head of the table as Colette and Andre come in, shortly followed by Diane. Andre speaks. I will be leaving today, after lunch. I don't want Massimo getting suspicious. If he finds me gone. Plus, I want to see if I can glean any other information. A single tear rolls down Lynette's face. As she whispers, I'll miss you. He blows her a kiss and say, I'll be back. As soon as I have something to report. I nodded and thanked him. I appreciate everything you're trying to do for my mate and her mother. I smile down at my little mate. Tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, I ask, what are your plans after lunch? She kisses my cheek and tells me, Diane and I will be in the study, setting up schooling online. It will be easier to take, having someone to share it with. And she giggles. I love how open she is with her affection. She's always touching me in subtle ways, leaving kisses on my face. She's perfect for me, in every way. After lunch, I told the guys to meet me in the library. I need to research. As I am walking out, I hear, Liam, I need coffee. In the study, my man. And I chuckle. He's going to regret that bet. 3 hours? 3 fucking hours. And I haven't found anything. Blaze has chewed through 4 pencils and Liam lost a shoe. No, we don't know how. And we don't know where. It's just gone. Blaze says, okay, you say going to her mom about it is useless. But what about your dad? He may not know anything either. But he could point us in the right direction, maybe. That's actually a good idea. I like it. Dad? Watch a need, my boy. I'm in the library. Lynette has a birthmark that her mother says is nothing. But I'm not sure. It's a crescent moon surrounded by 3 stars. and I can find nothing in here to help me, I will be right there. My dad's coming. Good idea, Blaze. He shrugs and tells us it happens sometimes, and we laugh.
Chapter 11, Too Cool for School.
Paul walks into the library, never slowing down, says, "Follow me," and all the guys get up. He walks to a door you wouldn't see if you didn't know it was there. Paul placed his palm on a keypad, and the door swung inward. Turning on the lights, Paul told them to sit. He spoke, "This is the Kingdom Archives. Our pack was designated the keepers by the moon goddess herself. In this room are centuries of wolves' history. In here, only the most sacred of secrets are kept. We will program your handprint today, Damien. I believe what you are seeking you will find in these tomes. I will tell you this, be careful what you wish for. With that being said, I believe something big is already in motion, and it involves you and your mate. Start with the tomes on prophecy. See if there is any reference to Lynette's mark." After Paul left, Damien sat there, looking at Liam and Blaze. Liam quietly says, "He really is grooming us to take over. In 8 stinking days, are we ready? Have we been trained enough?" Damien tells him, "Stop it. We are ready. We have trained our entire lives for it. We have already been handling all paperwork for the pack. We know the ins and outs of everything in this pack. We were taking over in August anyway. It's only 4 months sooner, not 4 years." Blaze gets up and starts looking at the book titles. He mutters, "Holy shit. There's the history of every pack in the world. This is going to be a long day. I am going to read the history of Luna's father's pack first. See where that takes me?" And he lifts down the history of Black River Pack. Liam starts with the legends about special wolves, choosing it because it speaks of hybrids. Damien starts with prophecies, and after 20 minutes or so he looks up, "Fuck me." In this book alone, over 20 prophecies are discussed, and there are 8, count them, 8 books in total. This is going to take forever. Liam asks, "Are you sure we can't ask her mom, idiot?" 5 hours. They have sat reading for 5 hours. Liam had switched over to prophecies with Damien. He had figured out a system with the legends, and all he had to do was check the pictures. He'd found a couple pictures with a moon and stars, but Damien let him know they weren't right. And once Liam had asked, "Is it this one?" For the 1000th time Damien drew a picture of it, and Liam said, "Dumbass, could have done that to begin with." Damien shrugs and tells him he had described it, and Liam should have paid attention. Blaze looks up from the book he hasn't stopped reading and says, "Black River was the shit back in the day. Strongest alpha, strongest warriors, largest pack. For over 800 years, their goddess-given mantle has never left the pack. Always passed down to the oldest child of the alpha. They did everything right, backed the monarchy, swore allegiance to 3 separate regimes. 140 years ago, a revolution arose to dethrone the king, and when Black River was called to defend the kingdom, the alpha didn't go to their aid. He sat at his pack house, declaring, 'What will be,' and the kingdom fell. When the royal family was assassinated, the kingdom sealed in on itself. The gates still stand, but no one can walk up to them. They are thrown back. The Alpha 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 of that time was duly elected as senior council member, presiding over a council of 8, all of whom he appointed. When Massimo ascended, his father took over as senior council, until 20 years ago, someone assassinated him in his sleep. Around that time, Massimo was a busy man-whore, banging anything with a twat. He hasn't changed much, only now he sees a she-wolf. He takes her and makes her a sex slave. Doesn't matter who she is, mated or not, and only the women of his pack, members with daughters coming of age, have been escaping in the night to save their girls. The last 5 years alone, his pack has gone from 10,000 to less than 4,500. Most of them are elderly. He is a shit alpha and abuses his people. Now, I ask you, why did Andre not mention this to your dad? Damien says, good question. Then he says, but I'm not going to cast aspersions on him. Lynette loves him. So any information we find on him, we keep to ourselves until we can prove it. Pull the book on Black Moon, see when Andre became alpha there. Blaze salutes, I Captain, and Damien threw a pencil at him, which he promptly put in his mouth. Lynette links Damien, babe? Where are you and the boys? It's 9 o'clock, and you all missed dinner. I brought food to the library because Paul said you were there. But nope. I am so sorry, cor mio. We will be right out. They stepped into the room, and she squealed. Is that a secret passageway? A tunnel? Where does it lead? Where did you come from? I want to see. Damien started laughing, and Liam says, damn girl, you need to slow down on that coffee. She smirked. Y'all been Mia for 8 hours, translating into me having to get 4 cups of my own coffee, slacker. So don't tell me slow down, and don't change the subject. And what did you call me, Damien? It was SXY. And Blaze and Liam choked on spit, trying not to laugh. Damien pulls her to him, kissing her lips, and he smiles. It means my heart in Italian. And no, that door doesn't hide a secret passageway or a tunnel. It's just another room, a library like this one. But that one is the archives of wolf history. She jumps up and down. Can I see? Can I read our history? I know next to nothing about us. Because, well, Mom's a witch, and she doesn't really like wolves. He laughed and says, tomorrow, after school, you can join us and read to your heart's content. Now I'm starving. Where's our food, woman? And he smacked her ass. They all sat down so the guys could eat. And she was animated about getting set up for school. I got everything set up and all my courses situated, and decided to catch up on what I missed. And before I knew it, I had been sat there for 5 hours, and I'm already a month ahead of the school in my assignments. How frickin' cool am I? Damien laughed and Blaze tells her, too cool for school. And she groans, is this what you have to work with? I'm so sorry, love. And they all laughed. Damien told her, I know it's getting late, but I need to speak to my dad about something important. I will meet you in the bedroom in a bit. She nods. I want to find my mom and tell her good night. Then I'm going to soak in a hot bath until I'm a raisin. And she left to do just that. Damien looked at Liam and Blaze, and they're trying not to laugh. He says, yeah, laugh it up. That image is now stuck in my brain, and I am going to have serious blue balls all week. And the stopper was pulled as they let it go. Damien linked Paul, asking to see him, and they have been talking for an hour. Paul looked at his son. You learned quite a bit. Your first foray into yesteryears. Damien shook his head. That was all Blaze. He's tenacious as a bulldog with a bone when he sets his mind to something. I am inclined to agree with him, though. Why didn't Andre mention how big a douche Massimo is? Is he ashamed? Or does he not realize? He hasn't lived there in 20 years. Maybe he really doesn't know? I want to know. I need to give him the benefit of the doubt, for Lynette's sake. His dad nods and tells him he understands.
Chapter 12. And Now I'm Mad. Damien's POV.
I linked Blaze not to let Lynette see he is reading about Andre's pack while we are in the archives, because I agreed to spend the entire day with her. Not that I'm complaining. Lynette walks in with us and is in awe. This is awesome. I have an idea. Hear me out. Y'all think my birthmark is symbolic. Something to possibly do with a prophecy. I'm guessing, if you're right, then whatever prophecy it could be would have been written within the last 140 years, after the dynasty fell and Massimo's pack went to shit. Maybe, if we start there and work our way backwards, we can figure this out faster. I swing her into my lap and kiss her. You are an absolute genius, amore mio. We had been at it for a few hours and were taking a break. Liam had gone to get coffee, Because, he makes stupid bets. Lynette had started yawning about a half hour ago, so coffee seems the way to go. Liam was walking back in when Lynette squealed, "Listen to this." And she will be born with the strength of an alpha, bearing the mark of the blessed moon and the stars of the witch's triad. On the full moon, when she and her true-born mate mark and mate one another, they sleep for 3 days, transitioning into their full power. That's us, right? We sit there, dumbfounded. I'm speechless. I linked my dad and said we found something significant. And he stormed in the door, asking what was found. Lynette flipped the book at him, and he read. He looks at Lynette and asks, "May I see it?" And she tilts her head and lifts her hair. His fingers trace it and looks at Liam. Go back to picture searching. I understand the moon. The crescent moon is the blessed moon, and to be born with it is to be blessed by the goddess herself. But I don't know the witch's triad. I would ideally want to speak with Colette in regards to this, but she's not been very forthcoming. I'm sorry, Lynette. I mean no disrespect. She shakes her head. No, I get it. She shuts me down when I ask anything, and I get it makes her uncomfortable, and she thinks she's protecting me. But what the fuck? If we are part of a prophecy, we should be aware. Instead of having to figure this shit out on our own, how is that even fair? Paul shakes his head and says, I get it, I do. She may not know what the mark signifies. I would still like to ask otherwise when the pair of you go under for 3 days. She's going to panic. I'm going to make some calls. Keep reading. I pull the book to me and pick up where she left off. Hopefully, there is something more concrete we can build on. Lynette is helping Liam research the triad, and he groans. Only you would have a two-sided connotation. Couldn't have one or the other. Nope, both, because both together is going to be some hairy voodoo shit, and y'all gonna accidentally kill us in our sleep. Blaze looks at him for the longest time, then says, Do you even listen to the shit that comes out of your mouth? You're crazy, scary bro. And Liam replies, Nope, I like being just as surprised as everyone else. And we all laughed as Lynette mumbles. If his brain was engaged before his mouth was in gear, he'd be able to control that shit. And we laughed harder, reading through what Lynette had read earlier. I wonder why prophecies are always worded so obtusely. It leaves them open-ended and confusing. And I voice that thought out loud, and Lynette responds, I think they are worded the way they are, because the eventual outcome can only be determined by the parties involved. The prophecies are initiated by the gods, or fate, whatever. But the conclusion cannot be foreseen because human nature is unpredictable, at best, so they give us the basics and say, here, do what you do. Damn, lil sis, you smart as fuck, Liam blurts, and we're laughing again. Getting back on track, we all start focusing. Liam stands up, found it, he shoots, he scores. Lynette reads about it. The witch's triad denotes the power of the witch. Generally an elemental can control 4 elements, with an ability of casting a possibility. In the rare occurrence, the triad is inverted. The witch possesses all powers, without the necessity of casting. She will have the ability of thinking a spell, and it will become action if she wills it. So what's mine? This picture shows 1 star on top and 2 on the bottom, a triangle. An inverted mark has 2 stars at the top and 1 on the bottom. We have exactly 6 days to figure this shit out and decide if we are going through with the marking. You know, nothing's to figure out. We are marking and mating in 6 days. No fucking prophecy is going to change that. I love you. And we are in this together, to the very end, I tell her. She climbs into my lap and wraps up into me, whispering, Thank you. I whispered back, Yours is inverted. She says, Fuck my life, and I laugh. My dad walks in with Colette, and she speaks right away. I was going to tell you everything I know. before the ceremony, which isn't much, but I am the only one with this knowledge that I know of. My father was Adolpho Baranski. My mom was Celeste Dubois. They met, marked, and mated all in the same night. My father, as I am sure you recognized his name, was the last remaining male heir to the throne. He was murdered because of it. When I was born, my mother gave me her surname. It's kept me alive. When my mother was killed by an alpha for not saving his mate during childbirth, she told me to run, and I did, and I stayed away from wolves until the fateful night. And when he rejected me, I walked all the way to New Orleans. It's easy to lose yourself in the French Quarter. When you were born, not only with the mark of the crown, but the high priestess as well, I knew we were in trouble. I have tried to make sure no one sees the mark. If Andre has, he's never mentioned it. You and Damien are the last heirs to the crown, and I think we need to find everything about this damned prophecy. I cleared my throat and said, in the illustrious words of my beautiful mate, fuck my life. So now what? What the actual fuck? I am ascending to Alpha. In 6 days, Alpha. To my pack. To lead people I have loved my whole life. Now I have to be a king and leave them. And what? I can't even have my brother with me, because he will have to be Alpha in my stead. This is bizarre as fuck. And as my voice has raised in volume, my mate's tears increased with every word, and like an asshole, I didn't even notice, until she flew out of the room. My dad shook his head. Well, you better get your 𝐎𝐮𝐫 lips on. You're gonna need them. And Colette said, not today, he won't. This will be his first lesson in the silent treatment, and she has a PhD in teaching it. And they all laughed. Glad my life is so amusing. Liam stood and says, I am going to find my little sister. I will keep my link open because you need to hear how much you hurt her. But before I go, you need to pull that giant head out of your ass. That entire rant, all we heard was, I, me, I, oh, because you know, your life is the only one being upended. Not you king, but he said you have to be king. Not one person asked you to change your life or make any sacrifices. You wouldn't be without me, because I am not Alpha. I am not a leader. You are. No one asked you to quit on your pack. You have not been asked to give up a goddess damned thing. You haven't even discussed any of this with your mate, and now she's goddess knows where thinking you don't want any of this, not even her. And he punched me in the mouth and walked out. Blaze stood, walking out, and says, yeah, what he said, and left. And I broke. I sat and just cried. I went into a selfish rant and hurt my love. I have to fix it. I have to make her see it isn't her. It isn't even being king. It's because I'm scared. What if I'm not good enough? What if she gets hurt? What if I let her down? I couldn't live with seeing disappointment in her eyes. A small voice in my head says your link is open, and you're an idiot. But you're my idiot. I'm scared too. You were raised your entire life to be a leader, to take care of others. I was raised to run away, to leave before you get hurt. I'm scared. Fuck. I'm terrified. And now I'm mad. And no place to put my anger.
Chapter 13. You are worth it. Lynette's POV.
I'm hurt. I want to be mad. But I can understand exactly how he's feeling. I've been watching Liam walk around the tree I'm in for 10 minutes. Liam, I'm up here. He looks up and holds his arms up for me to jump into. And I did. He sat down with his back against a tree, and me in his lap. He says, don't be too hard on him. He's scared and he was venting. He didn't mean to upset you, sister. I replied. He meant it. I would have meant it in his shoes. His whole life, his entire life, he has had one task, one goal. He's known from birth who he is meant to be. He is Alpha, and everyone knows Alphas live in black and white. Then, here I come, an entire prism of color that has never had a goal, a reason to exist. By all intents and purposes, My mother's rejection should have killed me. Then he would have gotten a nice, milk-toast girl with no baggage, and his life would still be on its given path. I'm fooling myself, even being here. He deserves someone with no drama. He should just reject me. This stupid prophecy ruined everything. I should just leave and go live in the kingdom. I could pretend I knew what I was doing and order people around. Lay on a chaise lounge and eat bonbons all day. If I knew what bonbons were and where to find them, I think they must be expensive candy that only rich people can eat. And only then, if some cabana-type boy is feeding them to me. Because, apparently, when you're super rich, feeding yourself makes your food taste bad. And I laughed. Liam snorted. If you leave, I go too. And Blaze would come, because he's Gamma, and he takes that very seriously. I will become the royal beta and sit as your right-hand man. And we can sleep in different rooms every night, and slide down banisters and skate in the ballroom. Because who's to tell us no? You're the queen, and you can do anything. Lynn, don't leave my brother, please. It would destroy him. We can figure this out. Just don't give up on him, okay? I punched him in the mouth, you know. And now I want bonbons, I giggled. You really punched him? I kissed his cheek and thanked him for being a great brother. I'm hungry and wanting chocolate. Maybe a noodle-nut butter graham cracker sandwich or 10. Then I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Everything will look better in the morning, because that's some lame shit my grandma used to say. Well, not really my grandma, probably. But someone's grandma, right? I am going to tackle those books until something makes sense. I will see you in the morning, I told him, and I left him sitting by the tree. I'm just exhausted, overwhelmed, upset with my mother. She may not have known about a prophecy, but she knew who her father was, and she knew what my birthmark meant, and I am pissed. I am not the person to sit quietly, and that's what I did. When Damien went off, I walk into the room and am relieved he isn't in here. I grab a pair of sweats and a half tee. Walking into the bathroom, I lock the door and fill the tub. Once I get in the water and lay back, I can feel my muscles relaxing. I need this. I stayed in the tub for a half hour and just let my mind go blank. Now I'm toweled off so I can get dressed and in bed. Just no more thinking today, please. I step out of the bathroom and Damien is sitting on the side of the bed. I walked to the other side and climbed under the covers, lying on my side facing away from him. Yes, I'm pouting. He asks, "Can we talk?" I replied, "You can talk. I will listen. And if I decide to talk, I will let you know." He mumbles, "Fair enough. I am so sorry." Everything came down on me and I got scared. I was selfish. I didn't see the bigger picture of we and us, and I will never be able to apologize enough. It was like being crushed. Liam lectured me. Your mom and my dad lectured me. Liam even punched me, and I deserved it. He started to cry and asked, "Please don't reject me. Don't leave me. I won't survive it. I need you. I love you, Lynn. I will be and do anything you need from me. Just promise me I get to keep you." I rolled over and looked at his back. His shoulders slumped and his head in his hands. He looked dejected and sad, and I am still hurt. I spoke, "Tomorrow morning, I am researching this prophecy until I know everything there is to learn. But in my heart, I know something bad is coming, something evil, and all wolves will suffer, unless I can adhere as closely as possible to this fucking prophecy. And I fear the only way to do that is to reestablish the kingdom. I didn't ask for this. I have been a nobody my whole life. My mother, the only person I had, the one person I trusted, has literally lied to me my whole life. So no, you don't get to make this all about you, or throw all the sacrifices you would make at me, and then make me feel like it's my fault. We could have talked. We could have found compromise. But it was you being imposed upon. only you feeling overwhelmed. I love you. I don't want a life without you. But I'm not the one giving everything up. I'm tired, Damien. I'm not rejecting you. I will uncover everything I can about what is coming. Then you will have to decide what is worth it and what isn't. He scooted onto the bed and pulled me to him, and I let him. I just want to sleep, he whispered. You are worth it. Where you go, I go, I replied. Why don't you call a meeting in the morning and discuss all of this with your pack? Let them know what you're feeling, going through. They might just surprise you. He leaned down and kissed my head. And that's the last thing I remember before I fell asleep.
Chapter 14. We're home. Damien's POV.
Ever feel like you have been punched in the teeth and kicked in the balls at the same time? That is me this morning. I will spend the rest of my life making this up to my love. I haven't slept. I couldn't sleep. I just laid there, holding her close and watching her. All night, I have now caused myself new fear, because apparently I don't have enough. But this new one, it is my biggest fear. My fear of her leaving me. I couldn't survive it. Lynn is back in the library, determined to solve this shit. Meanwhile, I am standing on the stage, getting ready to address my pack. I look out over their expectant faces, and I pray for strength, for guidance. I don't know, for absolution. I should be so lucky. Blue Ridge, I come before you today because I need your help, your opinions, your support. As you know, my ascension ceremony is in 5 days. As I have met my mate, there will be a Luna ceremony as well. I want to tell you about your Luna. She is the mantled daughter of an alpha in Louisiana. Her mother is a witch. Our Luna is a very powerful woman. Now, here is the reason for this impromptu meeting. Our Luna is the granddaughter of the late Adolfo Baronski, the last surviving male of the royal family. Meaning, our Luna will be queen, and I, the king. We would become the royal pack. That would mean we would all have to move to the kingdom. It is not a demand. It is a request. I am allowing you to decide. If you do not wish to leave here and become a part of the royal pack, an alpha would be appointed to lead you. Be advised, my family will no longer be here. My father will become senior counsel to the royal council, with Aaron as his beta. My brother Liam is my beta and Blaze my gamma. As was always planned, the ceremony is in 5 days. I will allow you 72 hours to make up your mind. There will be 2 boxes in the dining hall. 1 for stay and 1 for go. You are not being forced, one way or another. And my family and I will continue to love you. No matter your decision, I open the floor to questions. An older man asks, will we have the same rights there as we do here? Absolutely. A woman asks, where is the kingdom? In northern Wyoming, butted up against the Rockies. Another man, my family stand with yours, Alpha. Where you go, we go. Alpha, I believe we will have an answer tonight. Those of us that want to keep our pack together want to get home and pack. And I laughed. I told them I love you all. Meeting adjourned. My dad winks. That went better than you thought, didn't it? I nodded and ran to the library. I just need to see her. I stand in the doorway, watching her. She said, come sit down. I found something. Well, Liam found something. And I think we have an idea. I went to her, lifted her, and sat down with her in my lap. She smiled at me, and I want to melt. So, okay, once we are marked, and then mate, we will fall into a deep sleep. For the 72 hours, in that time, the strength of my mantle will split, and you will grow in size, as well as strength. I will have an increase in strength, and all my powers will come in. My earth, wind, fire, and water powers will increase. I will not have to cast spells. Just think it, and it will happen. We will need to get to the kingdom as soon as we wake up. The world will feel our power roll, and our pack will be stronger faster. heal almost immediately. Now, this is the part I wanted you to hear. There is a great evil coming to destroy all wolves, not just the kingdom. This time, and the only way to do that, they have to stop us from getting to the kingdom. And I'm worried. I kissed her head, rubbing her back. I looked at my dad, then Liam. Get the plane fueled. I want us to be wheels up by noon. We are going to open the gates of the kingdom. Right now, I believe a coronation is more imperative than an ascension ceremony. Whoever this evil is must know more than we think. We can't mate and mark until Lynn's 18th birthday or her mantle is useless. These are thoughts for another day. I want 30 of our best to come with us. There is no place for speculation. We have to move fast. Once our power joins, the real fun begins. I want our best tech guys with us too. We are going to need the moms too. I am going to address the pack again. Baby, can you pack us some warm clothes? It's going to be colder in Wyoming. I stand on the dais in the dining hall, looking out over our pack, and I began, I feel like I am rushing all of you. Threatening details have been brought to my attention, and my mate and I are leaving to reopen the kingdom today. The people who are threatening all wolves want to stop the kingdom from becoming reestablished, and by doing this, as soon as possible. We want to keep them off guard. I wanted you to be aware. Alvin, a pack elder, stepped forward. Alpha, we would greatly appreciate it if you would check the boxes on the table now. Before you depart, I nodded and walked to them. Lifting the lid off the go box, it is full, to the top, I grinned. Opening the stay box, I find it empty. My heart swells with pride. Blue Ridge, get to packing. Everything. I love you all. Lynette and the moms are walking towards Dad and us guys. I hugged Lynn, and we climbed into SUVs and headed to the airport. Lynn asks, how are we going to know where to go? I reply, GPS, baby. Then, you will have to open the gates. Colette, I am going to need you and Lynn to ward the entire property once it becomes visible. We boarded and were wheels up at 1:50, 10 minutes to spare. Lynn crawled into my lap, and I wrapped my arms around her and breathed her spicy chocolate scent in. I whispered, I love you so very much. She whispered back, I love you. I'm worried. This is moving so much faster than we thought. I replied, I blame your mom for that. She was protecting you, as every mother should, and she planned on telling you on your 18th birthday, she said. But she should have told you when we met. It would have been better to have had that extra time. But there's nothing to do about it now. We take it as it comes. We landed in Cheyenne and loaded up in blacked out SUVs. I linked everyone to be alert. It will be dark when we arrive, and we'll have to rely on Lynette to provide light. We only had about 45 minutes travel time. After leaving the airfield, Lynn sat straight up in the seat and looked at me with excitement. She says, I feel it. I feel the land. Can you feel it, baby? It's like a vibration in my soul. I smiled at her. I told her I can smell it, but we probably need to be mated for me to feel what she does. I spotted the gates. They appeared to be literally set into the face of a mountain. Stopping the car, we stepped out. The excitement coming off Lynette was infectious. We were all feeling it. She squeezes my hand and pulls me to the gate. To the side sat a flat panel with a hand carved into it. She asks, do I touch it? Do I lay my hand on it? I smile and say, lay your hand on top of the carved hand. She nods. Then she nods again and presses her hand to it. The gate groans and swing inward. Everywhere is dark. Colette stepped up and took Lynette's hand. Then she waved her free one, and the place lit up like daytime. I am speechless. There before us is an entire kingdom, a castle, a real fucking castle in the distance, a village, an entire village, and cottages, cabins, stores. and people. People are coming out of houses and staring. It's amazing. Lynn steps forward. She asks, "Who's in charge, please?" An older gentleman steps forward and says, "We got no one to be in charge. They's a couple of thugs likes to push the limits. But I ain't seeing them out here right now. Who's you? And how you get in here?" She raised her voice and said proudly, "I am the only grandchild of Adolfo Baranski." And every manjack of them hit their knee with their right fist over their heart. And what does my girl do? She walks to each person and hugs them. She hugs every one of them, and they wept. She looked over at us and whispers, "This feels like home." I pulled her into my arms and told our group to bring the vehicles to the castle. I looked at the elder who spoke first, asking his name, and was the castle staffed. He replied, "Yes, sire. There are 20 caretakers. My name is Raymond." I clapped him on his back and told him we are home now and things will improve.
Chapter 15, Not Hogwarts.
Lynette's Pav. Approaching the castle feels surreal. It's funny, because picturing it in my head, I thought it would look like that Cinderella house in the movie, with spires and towers, all sparkly in the sunlight. Yeah, no, it is huge, just kind of a rectangular-looking building made of stone. I look over at Liam. I am Suo sliding down the banisters. "Do you think there's a dungeon?" "Oh, I hope there's dungeons. How freaking cool would we be?" And Liam laughs. "Yeah, I don't care about dungeons. I'm going to find me some bonbons, then. After I get fed some of those, I will race you down the banister." I hear Blaise say to Damien, "Do you have any idea what the fuck they're talking about?" And Damien laughs. Their brains seem to relate. I don't even question it anymore. At the risk of my own sanity, and they both laugh, rude, Alpha Paul stopped us before we walked in. "Lynette, you and Damien will have to begin, as you plan to continue. If you expect to be taken seriously, you will need a firm hand. I know you are both strong-willed, determined young people. You don't tolerate bullies, and don't let anyone run over you. The goddess has chosen you, and you are strong, stronger than you know. Know that we are all very proud." And I threw myself into his arms, not even sure why. It just felt like such a dad thing for him to say, and that's a foreign feeling to me. Damien took my hand, reaching for the castle door. We found it locked, in a hidden kingdom of maybe 200 people. The door is locked, so we knocked and waited. Nothing. We knocked again and waited. Again, nothing. Damien looked at Liam, raising his eyebrow in question. And Liam asks, "We done knocking then?" And at Damien's nod, they backed up about 30 feet. Blaise took my hand and pulled me off to the side. I asked what was happening, and Blaise said, "Damien is out of patience." And just as the words left his mouth, the doors flew inward. They broke the doors. They literally broke the doors. And I busted out laughing. Well, fuck. When the king wants in, he's coming in. We're met in the foyer by around 30 people, all running in from different rooms. Some loud mouth on the stairs asked, "Who the fuck are you?" I deliberately ignored him, asking the surrounding people, "Who is the head caretaker, head housekeeper? Who the fuck is in charge here?" And again, the thug on the stairs opens his stupid mouth. "Bitch," I said, "who the fuck are you? You come into my home, breaking my doors and act like you matter. I am in charge." And I grinned. "Oh good, I expect the doors repaired within the hour. We are famished, and lunch should have been being prepared already, so get to that. Open this place up. I want it scrubbed, dusted, cleaned, and aired out by nightfall. Throw the bed out of the king's chambers. All linens changed and cleaned. Get to it. This place reeks of old sex and shame, and it's disgusting." He went to leap at me from the step he was on, and Damien grabbed him, slamming him to the floor. He growled, "I will remove your hand if you ever reach for my queen again." and everyone gasped. Damien then snarled, "Everyone who is considered household staff, line up. I have half a mind to get rid of the lot of you. The rest of you, get the fuck out of the castle. Slink off to your darkened hovel and plot the overthrow of the crown. Plan the assassination of the new monarchy. Whatever you slimy, nefarious type do. But you will leave the fucking castle now." Liam starts laughing. "Holy fuck, that was awesome. Come on, Blaze. Let's find the dungeons. I think we're going to need them soon." And we all laughed. I looked over the 10 people who stayed behind. I am the last remaining heir to the throne. My grandfather was Adolfo Baronski. Unfortunately, we have gotten off to a bad start. I am willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, but you will have to earn my trust if you continue to work here. Where is the rest of the staff? A timid voice from the back says, "In the dungeons," and I groan, "You have got to be shitting me." "Damien, my love, will you kindly remove your boot from Loudmouth's neck and drag him with us? We have found his new accommodations." I looked at timid voice and said, "Take me to the dungeons. This place may not look like Cinderella's castle, but it's way cooler." After several twists and turns, we are descending into a dank, damp area that smells like mold and filth. My mom whispers, "These people are going to need healing." This place screams infectious disease. I nod, knowing I am going to be changing this. Even prisoners deserve a little humanity. Until they don't. Halfway down the first corridor, we came upon 6 cells, with about 20 people locked inside in total. Thin, filthy, wearing rags, some with varying degrees of injury and different stages of healing. I spoke, "I am your queen, and this is your king. We want you to go directly to your old chambers and bathe. My mother and I will come see you in 1 hour to heal your bodies. Until then, rest while food is arranged to be brought to your rooms. Tomorrow, we will begin meetings to chronicle your experience, so that I may punish those responsible." Liam comes running back and says, "We found 3 more cells with only women, and they are not in good shape. Blaze is arranging to have them brought upstairs now." Damien lifted Loudmouth up by his throat and snarled, "I am going to take great pleasure in making an example of you." Already an eventful morning, finally getting the poor prisoners sorted. I am standing here in the kitchens, appalled at the conditions, cursing the fact I couldn't be one of those television witches. No appliances, wiggle my nose, and voila, new stove. Nope. This has to be done the old-fashioned way. Paul is on the phone. Cell, because no such thing as any modern amenities here yet. Lydia has called the pack, and they are loading trucks and sending as many things as she could think of. The castle is smelling better. Much of the dust is cleared and the walls and floors have been scrubbed. The drapes have been taken down and beaten free of cobwebs and dirt. This is crazy, but no more than I expected. Nearly 200 years of literally living in the dark. My mother and I, at least, could use our magic to arrange running water and electricity. Of a sort, that will all be rectified in the days to come. We have 4 days to the full moon. Paul doesn't believe it is in our best interests to postpone until the next full moon, and our pack ladies said they can get it put together in time. Damien came in with the boys, all looking as tired as I feel, but he smiled. Pulling me into his arms, he nuzzled my neck, whispering, "My queen, we have rounded up another 10 thugs and locked them up. We will need to interrogate them to figure out their story. It could be they were just bored. Not really bad to the core, but I'm not willing to let them walk around causing any more problems." Nodding, I agree. But damn, grown as problems. Whoever thought it was cool to be an adult was dumb. Liam comes skidding to a halt in front of us. I found a secret passageway. How fucking cool is that? Like, what if it leads to Narnia? Or Hogwarts? Well, maybe not Hogwarts. That place is scary as fuck. But someplace cool. Want to explore it with me? We could bring bread and leave a trail of crumbs so we don't get lost. I shook my head. Or we could get eaten by an evil witch in a gingerbread cottage. Either way, not fun. But not today. We have too much left to do even now, before we are able to sleep. No exploring yet. What were you doing anyway? How did you just discover a secret passageway? He shrugs, mumbling, I may, or may not, have been looking for one. And I don't want to adult any more today. Adulting isn't fun. And we only have 4 days before adulting is all we do. Damien and I both crack up. Damien says, it sounds like you are a little tired and hungry. Maybe go check the kitchen and see how close we are to eating. And he takes off, content with a menial task to do.
Chapter 16, Wire Brushes, Damien's POV.
2 days. 2 days of nonstop dawn to dusk work. We finally have electricity and water in all the cabins. The kitchen is put together, and our pack are training the cooks here how to use the appliances. The castle is clean and gleaming. Our new furniture is due to arrive today. Thank goddess. The mattresses in this place are impossible. Stuffed with feathers, that's it, like sleeping on a dog bed. Which may seem ironic and a little humorous, but I only sleep in demon's form when we are outdoors. We found the throne room. Formal dining and ballrooms. The study. Library at DR offices. My dad found a set of rooms in the West Wing. He is converting to his office and council chambers. We all know the existing werewolf council will balk when they realize the monarchy has arisen once again. We also know there is a possibility of many battles. Colette and Lynn are both confident the wards on the kingdom will hold the 72 hours we go down. No one in or out of the kingdom until we wake. Today, we are meeting with the poor prisoners to listen to their stories. We decided to hold these meetings in the study and not the throne room yet. We will wait until after the coronation to start following all royal protocol. We opted to start from eldest to youngest, deciding to hear them all out. Just because they had similar experiences doesn't mean they have the same story to tell. Our first interview is an elderly man who is literally trembling. Lynn pours a cup of tea. Bringing it over to him, she sets it down on the table beside him with sugar and creamer and takes his shaking hand. Hi, what's your name? Please don't be frightened. We only want to help. He whispers, I'm Edgar, Your Majesty, still holding his hand. She pats it with her other, telling him, you call us by our names unless we are in public. I am Lynette, and my mate is Damien. Now, please relax, Edgar, and tell us your story. And she came back over to sit with me. Edgar begins. I was the butler, in charge of the running of the household. I wish I could tell you how long I was locked down there, or when everything started falling apart. When the monarchy fell, every one of us were sealed inside the kingdom. Like a living tomb, time didn't move inside. Every day was simply a repeat of the one before. I can't tell you when Seamus took up residence in the castle, claiming he was king, or when he started abusing everyone. He would beat us for things we had no control over. He couldn't enter the library, the king's offices, or personal chambers. He couldn't open the throne room, which meant he couldn't access the private vaults that hold the crown jewels. Because I was in charge of the household, he believed I should be able to help him access all these places. When I couldn't, he called me a liar and would beat me. When that didn't make me comply, he would beat other members of the staff, believing that would make me do it. What he even thought he would do with the jewels was, and still is, a mystery. Eventually, anyone who didn't move fast enough to suit him was beaten and locked away. Several died from the severity of the injuries we sustained. The young women were used and abused until he tired of them. Then they were thrown down there. It could have been days, weeks, even years. We had no way of knowing. May I ask what you have planned for him? I fear his band of thugs will try to come after you, or try to break him out. I smiled at him. You need not fear him. 1 week from today, we will hold a public execution. He will serve as a reminder that this is not how we act in our kingdom. Now, if you would like, and please know, we will in no way fault you. We would like you to continue in your former role to the old regime. Take a week to recuperate and recover. Then you can resume duties and get your house in order. And he broke down in tears. I look at Lynn. The fuck did I say? She grins. Edgar stood and walked over to me. Dropping to his knees, he kissed the knuckle of my left ring finger. Thank you, Your Highness. It will be my greatest honor and privilege to serve you. And I shook my head. Yeah, we will be changing a lot of things. That ring-kissing thing being top of the list. But we thank you, Edgar. And let my mate or I know when you feel you are fully staffed once more. I will also need to speak with you further regarding 𝐎𝐮𝐫 Associates, if that's okay. He nods and bows his way out of the study. Walking with more of a spring in his step, Lynette starts giggling. Your face. The look on your face when he kissed your hand. Oh, goddess, I wish I had a picture. I grabbed her and kissed her, telling her to shut up. The rest of the day went along the same lines. Servants, housekeepers, groundskeepers, cooks, and stable hands, all with roughly the same story to tell, and by the time we had spoken to the last of them, I was irate and barely restraining Demon from ripping 𝐎𝐮𝐫 apart. Liam and Blaze came bounding in, and if I'm honest, I needed the distraction. He was asking, how many security cameras are we going to need? Wi-Fi and satellite are going in tomorrow, and I want everything operational before you go into metamorphosis. I laughed. The fuck you mean? He smirks back. You're turning into a beautiful butterfly in 5 days, and I want 100% coverage of the entire kingdom while that is happening. You will be vulnerable, and I am responsible for keeping you both safe. I intend doing exactly that. I have ordered 300 cameras and installing them tomorrow, which is why I need to know how many we should have in the castle. Lynette jumps up. Come on, let's take a look around. Figure out the best places are to have a better vantage point. Let's go up the towers first. I'll bet you can see to the kingdom's edges from up there. And she races out of the room. The energy of this woman, having to admit the towers were pretty cool, and that cameras would catch a lot of movement along our borders. I left Liam and Lynette to plan it all out. I am heading to meet with the building contractors to see how the cottages and cabins were coming along. Catching up with my father along the way, he asks, overwhelmed yet? Because I gotta tell ya, I have been an alpha for 30 years, and these past days have me past ready to pass the torch. I find myself looking forward to simply overseeing a board of overly opinionated old wolves who have nothing better to do but throw bitch fists and drink whiskey. This is a huge undertaking. Yet in my heart, I know you are the man for the job. The goddess chose well. I sighed. Thanks, Dad. I had my little meltdown, and I caused my mate pain. I will endeavor to never do that again, and I promised myself to remember. Everything happens for a reason. Besides, when I need help, I have you to ask. You have trained me well, and I am ready. But for those moments of doubt, I rely on you to smack some sense back into me. And we both laughed, reaching the construction area. I really am impressed. I walked over to the general contractor and asked if he had enough materials. Enough labor, and G assured me he did. I'm still a little stressed about it. The remainder of our pack arrives tomorrow. I want everyone to be able to settle in without too much disruption. Liam links that he and Lynette were running the borders, deciding where cameras would be best placed. He has set himself a monumental task, and I can't help but be grateful that he is taking the role of Royal Beta seriously. We certainly didn't see this as being our lives. His ascension ceremony, and Blaze, will be right after our coronation. He has scheduled a recording of the entire coronation to be released the day we wake up. We all believe there will be an influx of transfer requests once word is out. We know for a fact the Werewolf Council will make an appearance to try and refute Lynette's claim to the crown. Little do they know we already have all the irrefutable proof they could possibly need, finding my mom and Colette in the main ballroom. It was amusing listening to them arguing over the placement of floral arrangements. I am doubly blessed. My beautiful mate is my greatest gift. But to have both her mother and my parents becoming such good friends is a great thing. And just to throw a wrench into their organizing, I said, I really thought the standing floral arrangements looked better along the back of the stage. My mother turned with a look of horror, and Colette hit me with a wire brush. Well, damn.
Chapter 17. Fingers crossed. Third-person POV.
The day has arrived. It has been a crazy, loud, hectic day. It was just the original Kingdom and Pack members, because they want to keep everything under wraps until after the fact. The role of energy that will be felt throughout the werewolf realm should remain a puzzle for the most part. But Damien is expecting the council to know what it is, and they are expecting them to try and gain entry as early as tomorrow. That isn't going to happen, of course, and contingencies are in place to divert their attention temporarily. Damien's temper has gotten the better of him, twice, so far. They haven't allowed him near Lynette, and Demon is feeling it. I will bite you, Damien. I want Lacey. If you don't do something, I am licking toilet seats for a week. Hairball. Mom and Colette won't let me near her. How about you threaten to bite Mom? Huh, brave boy. Tell Mom you will bite her. See if she doesn't smack your nose with a rolled-up newspaper. We are not a dog, dumbass. Newspapers don't scare us. Oh, okay. I will be sure and let her know that little tidbit. I'm sure she'll just stop threatening us with it. Let's test that theory. Want to? You are an asshole, and you are me, making you the asshole. You literally missed the entire point of that insult. You are the asshole. I am a wolf, and you are a wolfy asshole. Fuck. And that's how the morning was spent. As well as how Blaze ended up with a black eye, simply because he asked if Demon was being an asshole. Lynette was already tired. The mothers had prepped and prodded and preened until she was ready to scream. She wanted Damien. She needed her calm place. Instead, she settled for buckets of coffee and arguing about shoes. She wanted to wear sandals, or at most, fancy flats. But the mothers told her only heels were appropriate. She wanted her hair straightened and down, but the mothers told her she needed at least a half updo to support the crown. Every suggestion she had, they had a reason it wasn't feasible. Now she is sitting here, trying to devise a plan to elope. But every scenario she runs through her brain has never heard of a coronating elopement. So now, she was sitting in a brain-hurt situation and needing this shit to be over. The only bright spot in her day was finding out Liam and Blaze had to both swallow hers and Damien's blood to be able to have their bodies accept the added strength and growth they will experience as royals. So, that should be fun. She imagines Blaze turning green. But she knows Liam will just say, fuck it, and drink it down. Still, going to be funny. Even Paul has to drink their blood, needing the added power as advisor to the king. After the coronation, it will be up to Damien who he shares his blood with, since it will increase the strength of that person. But for right now, today, it is just the three of them who are entitled to the added strength. The power increases will allow even Blaze the strength to submit even the strongest alpha. Both she and Damien decided not to tell them about it until after the fact, which in turn will be fun too. The time has finally come. Paul and Lydia will perform the Ascension ceremony for Alpha and Luna of Blue Ridge Pack. Then Elder Walter has agreed to read from the Book of Royals to perform the ceremony for King and Queen. Then, Damien must perform the rituals for Senior Advisor, Beta and Gamma. Damien stands on the stage in the back garden with his parents as he waits for his mate to appear. They will mark each other as mates in this ceremony. At the coronation, they will mark each other as wolves, allowing Lacey and Demon to come forth, while maintaining their human forms. They decided to hold off mating until after the reception, as they know they will fall unconscious for 3 days. Lynette stands at the open doors, dressed in an emerald green strapless high-low gown, her hair half up in a messy bun, with curls framing her face. The gown is edged in silver detail, an embroidered hem and the wild passion flower motif of the pack's emblem, while wearing pack colors. Reaching the stage, Damien kissed her, and Paul told him that was for after the ceremony, to which he replied, "Bullshit? Y'all are lucky the castle even still has a roof after today." The ceremony was ending. Palms were sliced. First for Damien and Paul to clasp hands. Next was for Lydia and Lynette to clasp theirs. Then, finally, for Lynette and Damien to clasp their palms together. They turned toward each other, and he whispered, "Together," and she nodded, as their canines pierced each other's necks. The entire pack felt the connection to their new Alpha and Luna. For an hour, the crowd enjoyed 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 and 𝑘𝒑𝒊𝒐𝒏, then made their way over to the temple for the coronation, everyone eagerly anticipating whether the goddess blessed this union, or if they were impostors to the throne. Elder Walter stood at the dais. Paul, Blaze, and Liam stood to his right, awaiting Damien's entrance. When he appeared, he wore a black tuxedo, with a white shirt, red tie, and gold cummerbund. Epaulets of red and gold adorned his shoulders, and a red velvet cape lined in gold hung off his left shoulder. Lynette's gown was a red velvet, edged in gold, cording around a scooped, off-shoulder neckline, long sleeves held in place by thumb holes, reaching the floor in a simple, line with a solid gold chain hanging around her hips. Walter began reading the ceremony, having them each repeat their obligation and promise to the entire werewolf species and the realm. Their palms were sliced once again, and this time their fists clenched tightly over the ceremonial chalice until their blood mingled together, allowing first Liam, then Blaze, and finally Paul to sip from. All 3 men hit their knees, bracing against the rush of power. The crowns sat majestically on Damien's and Lynette's heads, and when Walter wrapped the royal sash around their clasped hands, Mother Moon shined her light directly on it, and it burst into flame, never burning them. A blessed and sacred union, ordained by the goddess herself. Lacey and Demon came forward, and they marked each other a second time, and everyone felt their links connect that time, which meant every werewolf in the realm felt that connection, though not all would know why. The reception was wonderful. Everyone was laughing, reveling in the new monarchy. Liam walks over to Damien and Lynette. "Thought it was funny? Gives new fucking meaning to blood brother, doesn't it? But I reckon that makes you my actual blood sister now. Though, if I'm honest, your blood didn't taste royal at all. Actually, it tasted like shit. And what the fuck? It felt like my entire body was on fire, and I was swelling. Yeah, let's not do that again. Okay? 0 to 10, do not recommend." They all laughed and hugged each other. Lynette and Damien said their good nights and headed to their chambers. He slowly removed her clothing, kissing every inch of skin he exposed. They made slow, passionate love for hours. He was a meticulous, thorough lover, bringing her over the edge a half-dozen times before he allowed himself to ride her final wave with her. And they felt the final piece of their souls locked together. An immense flow of energy flooded the realm. He rolled onto his back, pulling his heart and soul into his arms. They fell into a deep sleep. What no one knew, nor expected, was that Liam, Blaze, and Paul would all go under. Their sleep as deep as the monarch's. Nothing was said in the books about it. The second day Aaron found it. The 3-day sleep will happen to anyone being accepted into the monarchy's inner circle. Although there is no documented situation of the ceremonies all happening at the same time. Lydia remarks. Well, that would have been a handy bit of information to be aware of. We do not respond to any inquiries. We do not allow entry to our borders. And we certainly do not acknowledge the Werewolf Council, not until our leaders are conscious again. And Aaron readily agreed. He asked Colette to check the wards and make sure they are holding. Then he tripled his border patrols, as well as doubling the tech's monitoring security. Praying to the goddess it would be enough. He wasn't sure keeping his fingers crossed the next 48 hours would do the trick.
Chapter 18. Let the fun begin. Damien's POV.
Opening my eyes, the very first thing I realize, my head is on our pillows, but my feet are hanging off the foot. Lynette's tiny body beside me, her feet stopping just below my knees, where she used to reach mid-calf. I link my Mom, I don't think I have any clothes. Yeah, join the Fuking Club. I am struggling to find pants for your father, and I haven't heard from Liam or Blaze yet. But I do have a tailor coming in an hour. I suggest you all meet him in your office. He's bringing some ready to wear. We may find something temporary. For now, basketball shorts. No one wants to see the king's tallywhacker flapping in the breeze. Oh, goddess. Please don't let my mother repeat those words to anyone. Lynette stirs beside me. Opening her eyes, she smiled so beautifully. Good morning, my king. Well now, she can call me that any time she wants. I swoop in and kiss her, deeply whispering, Good morning, my beautiful queen. I get up, pulling her with me, and before I can step towards the bathroom, she hollers, Holy fuck! Did we end up in the land of the Jolly Green Giant? How tall are you? I laugh and say, Yeah, I'm not sure. But apparently my dad has the same issue. Have to meet the tailor shortly. We hurried through our shower and reached my office, just as the tailor was arriving. I walked in and Liam sat in a pair of cut-off sweatpants, but Blaze didn't bother cutting his, which looked 𝑽𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 pants. The tailor took our measurements. My dad had increased by 3 inches in height, while Liam and Blaze were taller by 4 inches. I had grown by a ½ foot in height and 14 inches across my chest and shoulders. Lynette demanded she be measured, but stomped out when she learned she is still 5'3". Muttering about walking fuking trees and a goddess-damned mountain she would have to climb just for a kiss. Quite funny, actually. After the tailor had left us with at least jeans and t-shirts, shoes that actually fit our feet, Aaron joined us. Stepping in the door, his eyes widened. Well, that was unexpected. You're going to need a larger, well, everything. But maybe start with your office. Damn, we all laughed. That the other 3 went down for 72 hours and grew larger was a surprise. Aaron filled us in on everything that had transpired in the past 3 days, and the council has tried every day to contact the kingdom, and the wards had held. Liam recommended we all get to the training center and test our strengths. Damien, your strength is going to be off the charts. It's obvious the mantle has settled on your shoulders, from the breadth of your chest. Your neck alone is nearly 21 inches around. Fucking insane, dude. I just shrug. I don't know who I can spar with. This could be dangerous. And Blaze clapped back with, Let's start with 5 of our best at once. Nodding, we walked toward the center. Dad suggested he and Aaron start making phone calls, asking when I want to set up a meeting with the current council. I reply, Have you given thought to whom you want to appoint on your board? I would like to have an idea of their replacements. Lynette was walking up at that moment. I had a thought. There are too many PACs to support an unbiased council. What if you ran an election for each district? Say 3 representatives from the districts. Divide the districts by region. North, South, East, and West. That would allow for 12 council members. And Dad being the tiebreaker in any given situation? Just an idea? My dad grabbed her and swung her round and round, saying, My beautiful little genius, and walked away. She looked at me and asked, What just happened? I laughed. telling her she just proved why she is my queen. Lynette and I decide to spar together. She's like this tiny little ninja, bouncing off walls, using the ring ropes to launch herself into the air and land behind me, taking out my legs. She's fast, hard to get a hold of, and I love it. I ended up sparring 8 of our best warriors at a time, and still not one landed a blow. We are going to be a force to be reckoned with, even more than we realized, I think. Diane walks in, and the girls are hugging and spinning in circles. She has decided to move to the castle permanently when she turns 18 in a week. Her father hasn't given up drinking. He just thinks he's hiding it better. It's probably going to come down to more drastic measures, but he's lost his daughter, as well his mate, and Diane may have been the only thing holding him earthbound. Sad, but it happens. Dad linked, asking me to meet him in his office, so I showered and ran up there. He was standing in front of a white board while Aaron read off the pack names from each area. Dad writing them in. He looked up and said, "There's too many for only 3 representatives. I think I want to go with 5. The prerequisite for qualifications are rank born, retired at least 10 years. I want them to have been long enough away from pack politics. There is no room for partiality or bias. I have drafted the initial email and am awaiting your beta's approval of it before it is sent. The reason I asked you here, I want to keep Aaron as my right hand. In the book on the monarchy, it states I can initiate him in by sharing blood in a standard acceptance ceremony of slicing palms. Is that okay with you?" I smile. Of course that's okay. Aaron has always been family, Dad. And you know that, Aaron. You've always been like an uncle to me. Aaron smiled. I told him I wouldn't accept unless he spoke with you first. I didn't know how bad Christine had fucked things up between us. I shook my head. You didn't encourage or force Christine to do what she did. She did that all on her own. I would never hold you responsible or accountable. He stood. Pulling me into a hug, he thanked me. That girl could really have fucked some shit up. Dad's phone rang, and he answered, "Senior Counsel to King Damien, Paul Richardson speaking." And I grinned from ear to ear. That is a mouthful. His jaw clenched, putting his phone on speaker, and said, "I'm sorry, Councilman Lewis. Would you repeat that?" On the other end, a voice sounded. I said, "I don't know how you were able to trespass into the now-defunct kingdom, but it is quite presumptuous of you to appoint your own son king." My dad nods, replying, "I see you are still relying on misinformation, lies, and exaggerations. As usual, Phil. I didn't appoint anyone. Our goddess did. She blessed and anointed the monarchy. Watch it tonight. It will be aired across all networks at 8 p.m. The guy spoke. "I don't know what game you're playing, but rest assured, the council will not recognize this false monarchy." Dad laughed. "Foolish man, you have it backwards. This monarchy does not recognize your council." And he hung up the phone. Grinning at me, let the fun begin. We all laughed, and I looked from Dad to Aaron. "Get your ceremony done. The ceremonial knife is in the throne room. We don't know how long he will go down for, and we are going to need all hands on deck." Aaron said, "Can we do this now? That call is bothering me." Lewis was privy to information that isn't due to be released until tonight's telecast, and I want to find who leaked it. And fuck me, if he isn't right, motherfuck. I responded, "We can eliminate anyone from the existing kingdom. They are still learning the ins and outs of modern-day living, and the odds of them knowing how to contact the council are slim to none. Aaron, would you mind if we bring Christine in for questioning? I am not accusing her, but I worry her childish threats of making me regret turning her down may have gotten her in a little over her head." And he got pissed. He looked at Dad, said, "Let's get this done. I want to get my nap over with so I can beat her immature as all over this territory. Have the queen question her. I can't keep cleaning up her messes." This shit started in middle school and has only escalated. Dad stands and says, "Let's get her done," and claps Aaron on the back, laughing. I link Liam and Lynette, letting them know what we suspect and having them meet me in my office, because I already told Blaze to bring Christine to my office.
Chapter 19, Bionic Sniffer, Lynette's POV.
I'm sitting on the AOFA with Liam playing the hand-slapping game, where our palms rest against each other, and we take turns trying to slap the top of their hands before they can move. First 1 to 10 wins. He's at 4 and I'm at 7. He messes up if he gets aggravated, which is almost every time. Damien comes in, pissed off to beat the band. This is going to be ugly, and I'm going to love every second of it. He comes over, scooping me up and breathing me in. Liam pours him a whiskey, and then sets my coffee on the desk. I blow air kisses at him, and he mutters something about cooties. Asshole, in waltzes Blaze. I am still astounded by the height of my guys. Good grief, stupid sequoias. I smile at him. He's got such a baby face, with his dimples and ginger hair. He flips me off and I whine, "Damien, make Blaze not be mean to me." And Blaze mutters back, "Like you couldn't beat my ass, crybaby." We all laugh. Well, everyone except Christine. And then that dumbass opens her mouth. "Damien, why have I been brought here? Is it to torture me by rubbing this thing in my face?" Damien starts to speak, but I squeeze his hand, and I answer her, "First of all, he is Alpha King Damien to you. Speak his given name again, I will rip your tongue out. Ever call me out of my name again, you will be executed. Regardless, I am not being rubbed in anyone's face. Damien is my goddess-given mate, not yours, and never yours. Just because you spread your legs for every Tom, Dick, and Harry you sniff, doesn't mean they want you. Before the thought enters your mind of running to tattle to Daddy about me being mean to you, you might as well know. He recommended we be the ones who talk to you. How awesome is that? You should be so proud of yourself. You've pushed things so far. Your own daddy has washed his hands of you. Damn, that's like the worst kind of burn." The guys snicker, and she says, "You didn't answer why I'm here, like I knew you wouldn't. So of course, I'm going to think you just brought me here to hurt my feelings." I guffawed. I look at my mate. Is she serious right now? Is she on drugs? I look back at Christine. Tell me about your conversation with the council. Before you deny it, know that you have already been thrown under the bus. Her face lost all color. She started to shake. I don't know what you're talking about. I wouldn't even know how to contact anyone from the council. I nod my head. Oh, well, that's good, because Liam is going to go through your phone and your laptop. Did you know that deleted emails are easily recoverable by a talented techie? Deleted text messages are the same. Hell, even I know how to retrieve deleted text messages. Cool, right? Still going with your tale? She looks directly at Damien and asks, "Are you allowing her to do this because she's jealous and wants to get rid of me?" And he burst out laughing. You know, deflecting, diverting, seldom works right. I do not allow my mate to do anything. She is her own person. More importantly, she is the queen, the goddess own chosen. By going to the council, by betraying your pack, you committed treason against the crown. You realize that, right? You, Christine, are a traitor. She jumps to her feet and screamed, "I didn't tell Councilman Lewis anything. You can't say I did." And everyone laughed. I remarked, "Fuck me, it's true. Give them enough rope, and they'll hang themselves. Damn." Damien quietly said, "Sit down. Sit the fuck down. You are the only one who mentioned the councilman involved. Technically, you confessed. You will be placed in custody in your personal quarters until a decision is made. Shame on you. How dare you taint your father's good name? The shame you have brought on your poor mother. How selfish. It's beyond childishness, Christine. It's blatant criminality. You will be lucky to survive this. And what of your mate? You as much as killed him too. His wolf has to live without the other half of his heart. His soul. How long before he succumbs to death? She whimpers. I haven't met him yet. And Liam snaps. Of course you haven't. You've been too busy trying to steal someone else's. The guards appeared at the door. Damien told them to escort her to her rooms and stand duty. And I just sit here, blown away. I looked up and stated, we can't execute her. We can't do that to Aaron. It's not fair to him. Ultimately, it's our decision, since we have no counsel yet. But I don't want us to decide anything until we talk to her parents. And yours. This is fucked up, and I absolutely refuse to allow our first joint decision as monarchs to be an execution. I crawl into his lap and snuggle, needing the extra contact. He kisses my neck and whispers, I'm sorry. I should never have gotten involved with that psycho, I growled. You don't get to apologize for her brand of crazy. No one, not one person made her do what she's done. She only has herself to blame. I am just sad for her parents. As much as I dislike my sperminator, I would never discredit him. I might kill him, but I would never humiliate him. Liam choked on his drink. Sperminator? Really? Who fucking writes your material? And the laugh we shared relieved the tension we were all feeling. I sat up. Let's all go hunting. We haven't let our wolves out to play for a while. And 𝐴𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒊 want to see if they're bigger too. We all agreed to run the borders and see what game we could scare up. I stepped out between two trees and immediately bounded for Demon. He licked our muzzle, nudged us with his massive head, and knocked me over. I huffed, and flipping my tail at him, took off at a dead run. Demon was a good 2 feet taller than her, and at least a foot taller than the guys. He was an imposing beast. They ran the borders, and just as they approached the east, they caught a scent of wolves. Not rogues, but not quite pack. It has me curious, and I tell them let's head back. I want to check security footage. They aren't close to the border, but they are as close as 100 miles. Definitely worth checking out. Arriving back at the castle, I wait for Damien to throw his clothes on, and we run to the new monitoring center. He asks, how close are they, do you think? I didn't even catch their scent until you pointed it out with your bionic sniffer. I laughed at him. He's a dork. Liam comes in and says, let's start with the 2 tower cameras pointing that direction. It's dusk, and the sun is behind the mountain, so any campfire should be showing up by now. Then we can back it up and see if there's sign.
Chapter 20. We do understand. Damien's POV.
We watched a slight glow in the distance. A campfire, just sparking to life. It was difficult to count heads because they were about 150 out. I slid my eyes over to Blaze, and he said, already on it. Sent 8 trackers as we were coming in. We will know within 45 minutes. Damien, Liam and I, we couldn't smell them, like at all. I smiled. It's fine, little bro. Lynette caught the scent before me. Then I had to concentrate to pick it up. Reckon one of her gifts is super sniffer. And we laughed together. Blaze struggles a little with his confidence. He shouldn't, but he does. Bullied for being a ginger, he was a skinny, gangly kid. Wore glasses and had braces. Until he was 12. When he got Dex at 14, that all changed. He filled out. His eyes strengthened. His red hair stayed, though. And now he's more comfortable with it. I think Lynette helps that. But every once in a while, his confidence falters. Lynette kisses me, saying she's meeting Diane downstairs. She's been anxious about getting her here. Elliot Dawson is not a nice drunk, and I know Lynette wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he harmed Diane. Lynette is building a family. Liam and Blaze are her brothers, and no one doubts Diane is her little sister. She is 18 in 4 hours, and Lynette has arranged a little party with all of us in the study. She struggles keeping secrets, so we tried keeping them apart this week. Liam spins his chair around. Damien. The trackers are at the site of the rogues. It seems they are women and children. Maybe 130 people. Maybe 18 to 20 teenage boys. I ordered a couple buses and told the guys to have the trackers hold them in place. Linking Lynette, I let her know what was happening, and she told me she'd be out front. We jumped into our trucks, with the buses following. Lynette asked, "What do we know? Are they in bad shape? Hurt? Hungry? How many children? Have the trackers reported back?" And I cut her off. Babe, we really know nothing else. Maybe you and the guys can play a road game? We have a nearly 2-hour ride. Liam snarks, and maybe I could be driving, and you could play with your mate. I smirked and raised an eyebrow, and Lynette smacked Liam for what I was thinking, causing Blaze and I to laugh. We pulled up about 5 miles from the camp. We had to go the rest of the way on pause. There wasn't any roads. We all shifted and took off to meet up with our trackers. Lynette shifted and dressed, asking one of the trackers if they had established contact, and was told that wasn't their orders. She turned to me and asked me to give her a few minutes. She is worried I will frighten them with my size. I gave the order to surround the camp and be ready to move if any threatening gestures were made. My fearless mate walked right up to the fire and began speaking. "Do not be alarmed. I am Queen Lynette Richardson. I have reason to believe you are all headed to our kingdom. Please know we mean you no harm, and are here to help you arrive safely. May I know who's in charge?" Without hesitation, an elderly woman stepped forward. "We deserted our pack. We have sustained abuse, terrible conditions, and many deprivations for years. We were becoming desperate. Then, the night of the full moon, the moon goddess appeared before us and told us to seek you and King Damien out. You would offer us asylum and protection, so we snuck away in the dead of night, with just what we could carry," and Lynette pulled her into a hug. Why must she always touch complete strangers we know nothing about? She just touches. Why can't she just not touch? She tells them, "Let's get these fires out. We have vehicles several miles from here. Can the majority of you shift? Those of you who can't will have to ride our wolves. Let's get you home. The rest of your story can wait until then. Damien, come forward and introduce yourself." And as soon as I stepped into their circle, they all bowed. Damn, that's awkward. The ride home was productive. The elderly woman was a veritable fount of information. Her name is Gertrude, and she began speaking. Were members of Black River Pack. I'm not sure if you're familiar. The alpha there, Massimo Devereaux, has gradually slipped into madness. He uses and abuses the she-wolves in the pack, badly and frequently. He has now decided someone stole the alpha mantle from his bloodline, and his son will not be a strong enough alpha. Our elders tried telling him a mantle cannot be stolen from a bloodline, and to give it time. The mantle still may settle, and he killed them all 11 of them. One of them was my mate. When the goddess appeared to us, it felt like answered prayers. We have gone hungry too long, have forgotten what it's like to be warm. Some of us have lost children due to the extreme conditions. We had made up our minds we were leaving regardless. The goddess simply pointed us in a direction. Lynette covered her with a blanket, telling her to nap until we arrived. She looked at me, so I have to be honest. His journey into madness seems to have started when he realized the goddess had paired him with a witch. He's progressed to batshit crazy now. I am certain after the video of our marking and coronation is shown, in an hour, it's going to drive him straight into insanity, and he's going to gather his allies, planning on marching on royal lands. Not that I fear we will lose. What I fear is killing my mom's true mate. What will happen to her? I am truly worried about that. I reached over and took her hand in mine. Here's a thought. What if we speak to your mom and convince her to reject him? He rejected her, but she didn't accept it. She didn't reject him back. She nodded. It's worth a shot. We stopped at a burger place and fed everyone. These poor people were really hungry, and I feel an anger so fierce building in my belly. Our people are suffering from corrupt leadership, poor pack management. Their lack of care is rapidly becoming the priority. I make a mental note to approach Dad and Aaron about this, getting everyone settled. Warm and fed, we finally relaxed to watch the televised version of our coronation. Then we would have Diane's little party. Some days we seemed to find anything to do. Then other days we seemed to struggle through a whole week crammed into 24 hours. I hadn't realized how dramatic our coronation actually was. Lynette was stunning, and having a video of the entire night is priceless. After it ended, we all realized it's on now. Our defenses will need to stay on point. Training is going to step up. Lynette is even talking about making it mandatory women take some sort of training. Dad linked, letting me know Aaron was sleeping, and his mate is saying he is getting bigger. Then he laughed, saying the perks of being associated with the king were awesome. Awesome. I laughed and told him still trying to be the cool dad. Although I know he doesn't try. He's just cool, catching up to Lynette. I helped her finish up everything for Diane's party. I love the little things she goes out of her way to do for others. Colette was telling us about her day. She's so busy training the new healers. It will be so beneficial for us in the long run. But it's a lot of work for her. My mom is sitting with her, and I love how close they're becoming. Lynette yells, "Be quiet," and we wait for the door to open to reveal Diane, yelling surprise only to watch her run back out, with Lynette going after her. She may be shy, but she's entertaining, and everyone laughed. She walks back through the door following Lynette and stops talking. Blaze is moving at the speed of light and pulls her into his arms. We hear him say, "I waited a lifetime for you." And then to us, the party was lovely. But it's late and we really must go. I'm sure you understand. Then he whisked her out the door before we had a chance to say anything. We all laughed. But yeah, we do understand.
Chapter 21. I Need More Coffee.
The day dawned chilly. Damien and Lynette had slept in past 9 and were now rushing to get to a meeting with Paul and Liam. Lynette threw on light blue sweater tights and a long-sleeve navy and light blue wool dress, slipping into black suede ankle boots, and simply braided her hair over her shoulder. Damien pulled her close to him and kissed her deeply. "You are more beautiful every day." As they grabbed a quick breakfast, they noticed the women and children from Black River eating and laughing, getting acquainted with the pack. Lynette stood and addressed them. "There will be a meeting in the throne room after breakfast. Please bring your children with you. The swearing-in ceremony will occur once we have all your necessary information." Walking in, they were surprised to see Aaron standing there with Paul. Though it was a great surprise. He was larger by several inches, but he looked haggard, tired. He stepped forward. "Your Majesties, I throw myself at your feet begging for mercy. I understand my daughter's betrayal must be dealt with harshly. I only ask you spare her life." Damien hugged him, and Lynette took his hand. "We are not going to execute your daughter. We have decided she will be given a lot of menial chores to do. She will be working in the kitchens, the laundry room. She will aid in all things household, and she will be monitored at all times. No access whatsoever to telephones or electronics. We are stipulating this to begin immediately and to be revisited in 6 months. We are also going to have to monitor your mate, unfortunately Aaron. She has a tendency to give in to anything Christine asks, which probably has a lot to do with her selfish behavior." Aaron nods. "That has been a point of contention since Christine reached puberty. Now it is always a full-blown fight every day. To be honest, Now that the monarchy has been re-established, I have been tempted to ask you to absolve me of my mate bond. Lynette looks at Damien. We can do that? And he nods. I have been reading about it in the Book of Ceremonies. And she squealed, That's it. That's how we help my mama. Liam had his laptop ready to input the information from the Black River pack. They all had similar stories, only slight variations. One young woman referred to the entire pack as Hades' playground, and they all noticed the bitterness in her tone. Lynette walked over to her and hugged her, whispering something, and the entire room felt the atmosphere in the room lighten. The teenage boys requested joining military training, and Damien told them, You can train 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. The interim of time, you will attend school. If your grades are not on par with above average levels, we will reevaluate your training schedule. Everyone attends school until 18, or you graduate, ladies. There are plenty of employment opportunities and more on the way as we build more businesses. Check the daily information board in the Commons to see if anything catches your interest. Everyone works, and everyone draws a paycheck. We believe in self-sufficiency. After everyone was sworn in and sent on their way, Paul asked Damien and Lynette to sit. He began. After last night's airing of the coronation, responses poured in. We are at about 5,050% in acceptance. Even though the moon goddess's blessing was obvious, most of the resistance, of course, stems from alphas who support the existing council, or the packs the actual council members hail from. I am wondering how we should proceed. There are several approaches. Aaron sent the emails out this morning as to how the new council will be elected, and that will go a long way in reassuring the realm that we don't want dichotomy in regard to governing practices. Also, open for discussion, I would like to see an alpha appointed as a governor of sorts for each district. The king cannot possibly settle all disputes everywhere. Having a strong leader and appointing the most moral alpha in the area to be in charge of that region may cause an issue. But if we can locate retired alphas with good track records in being fair and just leaders and set them up on neutral territory, building a small community for him to hire only people he can trust and provide plenty of security, he could handle most disputes, only requiring the monarch's input for impending wars. He would have to report to us quarterly, and auditing would be a necessity. Damien looked at his mate, back at his father, smiling. I knew you would be the best person to advise us. Everything you have just suggested is above par, boldly pushing positive reinforcement to our wolves. Liam draft a speech in regard to this. I want to review the reputations of every retired alpha from every region, even the smaller packs. Being bigger isn't always better. A stellar reputation isn't solely isolated to the amount of people you managed. It's the method of that management. Aaron, can you begin the vetting process for us and narrow it down somewhat? I fear the numbers are going to be astronomical. And everyone laughed. Paul looked up from his own laptop. Well, we may as well get some practice rolling heads. There are 5 council members at the front gate, requesting audience. Let the games begin. Monarchs, please take your thrones. And again, we all laugh. Aaron stood and opened the double doors, allowing 6 huge royal elite guards in. They walked directly behind the thrones and stood at ease. Looking like an entire forest, the gentlemen were led in and shown to a table set up especially for them. They were offered drinks and snacks. Damien spoke with authority. Gentlemen, please note we are allowing this audience out of courtesy. We understand these are upsetting times for you, however, trust and believe that times are indeed changing. The goddess's doctrines are coming back, in full force, with mandatory acquiescence. These are her edicts, not mere mortals. Now the floor is yours. Remain respectful, and there should be no problem. Elder Lewis was the first to speak. We have all agreed to refuse to recognize any authority you believe you may have. The moon goddess hasn't reached out to any of her wolves in decades, centuries, even. Why now, and why you? Lynette spoke up. The goddess reached out to us because I carry the mark of the prophecy. And while I could prove it to you, I find no need for it. My mate was chosen because he is the strongest male in the world, able to protect us against all enemies. To question that is to question Selene herself. Not a smart move at your age, but I won't judge. A second councilman chimed in. I am Councilman Andrews. While you may believe you have a right to the throne, it is obvious, had the goddess chosen anyone, it should have been someone more mature, someone with experience, not children. Like Phil said, we do not recognize this false monarchy. We will not support this regime. Damien chuckles. Oh, you're under the impression your opinion matters. Allow me to clarify. We do not require your permission. We are not requesting your support. We are demanding you relinquish your position. We will abolish the current council. As such, consider yourself on 48-hour notice. Failure to comply will result in your incarceration. Resistance will result in your deaths. There is no room for argument. There is no need for rebuttal. My advisors have already discussed it. Our decision has been made. Unfortunately, by coming here and believing you had any right to demand, you negated my willingness to compromise. This meeting is adjourned. I suggest you go home and make your arrangements, gentlemen. The guards escorted them out, and Damien asked, Liam, are their offices being raided? Computers and files seized? Liam laughs. Oh yeah, as soon as they sat down, council headquarters was under our control. Communication was terminated first. All personnel placed under temporary custody and everything confiscated. Their people have been released. But the former council, for all intents and purposes, is dissolved. Lynette starts laughing. Damn, they are about to have a very bad day. We have to move fast now. The half that thought to stand by the old ways have no governing faction at the moment. We cannot allow them to fall into chaos. And Paul spoke. We are already on it, Luna Queen. Emails went out to every alpha at exactly the precise moment this meeting adjourned. Damien, a press conference is set to begin as soon as you allow them to set up. Liam, have you drafted the speech? Liam followed with, I have the rough draft, which hits the highlights, but our king always seems most effective when he speaks right off the cuff. We are good to go at his nod. And Damien laughs. Well, fuck, let's do this thing. And Lynette says, I need more coffee for this shit, everyone. Even the guards laugh at the queen.
Chapter 22. We are approachable. Damien's POV.
Lynette and I ran to our room to change into more stately clothing. She slipped into a ruby red dress, high-collared, with long fitted sleeves, knee-length, nude tights, and matching red heels. I chose a ruby and diamond tiara to adorn her beautiful curls. I wore a black suit. With a red shirt, I paired it with a gold tie. We chose a smaller solid gold crown encrusted with diamonds and rubies to match her tiara. Deciding we looked, every inch, the majestic duo we are supposed to embody. We walked back inside the throne room to discover half the pack were brought in, for the sake of the cameras, showing a unified front to the rest of the realm. A long table set in front of throne chairs. To my left, Dad sat with Aaron, and next to Lynette sat Liam with Blaze next to him, forcing him out of his little cocoon of love, and he didn't look happy about it. We both sat, and we turned on our tablets so I could read what Liam wanted me to address, and almost immediately, a cup of coffee was placed in front of my mate. The entire assembly chuckled, knowing her infinite need to be caffeinated. It has become a standing joke in the kingdom. She just smiled brilliantly and thanked the guard. I noticed the red lights on the cameras started blinking, and the cameraman held fingers up, indicating the countdown. He pointed at me, and I looked directly into the camera in front of us. My fellow alphas, wolves throughout the realm, I come to you today a grateful man. To those of you who are rallying around us, we thank you. We are standing on the precipice of the greatness our kingdom will become. With our goddess's blessings, we have been appointed to reopen the kingdom, to bring the doctrines and teachings of Selene to the forefront. Once again, it was time, and it was necessary. Wolves are succumbing to the greed and avarice that has prevailed for too long in our species. We want you to understand, while this is a monarchy, it is not a dictatorship. We will not rule absolutely. The realm will be divided into 4 separate sections, with elected governorships for each sector. A total of 4 retired alphas will be reviewed and vetted on 4 key components: loyalty, dedication to our species, fairness, and compassion. Of these 4, each division will be allowed to vote on whomever they feel most capable. Every wolf, 18 years and older, will be required to register to vote, regardless of rank or specificity. Hybrids are also required to register. You all have a voice. You all have the right to be heard. The retired alpha with the highest amount of votes will be elected to the governorship of his or her district. That governor will then appoint their own cabinet of advisors. Any and all disputes will be settled within each sector. Only the most major offenses will be brought to the attention of the monarchy. Understand that any rebellion will be squelched immediately by royal decree. These governorships will be audited at random, as well as quarterly. Power can be a dangerous thing. We will have a system in place of checks and balances to ascertain the goddess's doctrines are being followed. Taught in our schools, preached in our temples. Everyone is to be treated fairly, justly. Executions will only be carried out after a trial where all evidence is presented and guilt proven. No longer are we a society of brutality and criminal offenses. Rogues will be given a voice. Only the most feral will be put down without benefit of representation. Times are changing, my people. All of you will be listened to. Everyone will be heard. All ranked members of every pack in each separate sector will vote on the candidates for royal council that have been carefully vetted and selected by the senior royal advisor to the king. We suggest you read each candidate's qualifications before your decision is made. These people will be your sector's voice in the royal capital. This vote takes place 1 week from today. The candidates will be visiting each pack in the interim. As was stated earlier, any rebellion will be put down immediately, with great force when necessary. The cliché "absolute power corrupts" absolutely has never been truer than it is today in our current society, and that absolute power has come to an end. Now, I ask you to bear with us just a bit longer. As my mate, your Luna Queen has asked to be heard. I ask you to pay close attention, as hers is an interesting story. The camera pans to Lynette's face, and she smiles into the camera. I wish to fully introduce myself. My king is already known to many of you, while I am essentially unknown. There is a reason for that. You see, had you known of my existence, I would have been murdered in infancy. My mother is the only surviving child of Adolphe Baranski. Her mother was Celeste Dubois, and my mother's name is Colette Dubois, excommunicated high priestess of the Dubois coven. Because you see, her mate is a werewolf, like her father was. My mother is considered a hybrid. However, her wolf never manifested. She is a null, and therefore incapable of ruling wolves. I told you that. To tell you this, my father is the alpha of Black River Pack, Massimo Devero. I am his mantled heir. He did not know of my existence. Because you see, after he mated my mother, he rejected her, not having a wolf and being a witch. He either felt she was not good enough, inferior in some way, or simply because of his hatred and prejudice of witches. Regardless, his reasoning My mother felt he lost all rights to knowledge of my existence. He only realized there must have been a resulted progeny from his one night with his true mate when his chosen delivered him a male heir with no mantle. He then began to recruit alphas from other packs to hunt me down, auctioning me off to the highest bidder, all the while having no intention of allowing any of them to force mate me. His aim was to murder me. In losing our way, and the doctrines of our goddess falling by the wayside, he failed to realize the alpha mantle would not transfer to my half-brother. It would die with me. He would have lost it all regardless. You have questioned the validity of our claim to the throne. Non-believers have decided to rebel. The doubters will be reassured that we are the goddess's chosen. Even though I am a hybrid, I am a high-born hybrid from both my parents. Camera, please pan in closely. Can you all see this mark? A crescent moon with an inverted triad of stars. When the goddess wants or needs to relay a message, my mark will spark and glow. My mate and I are goddess blessed. We have been anointed by her grace, and we will follow her words to the letter. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Please realize and remember we are steadfast in our resolve. Any rebellion will be stopped at its inception. The camera pans back to me. So now you know, we did not come into this ill-prepared. We are not dancing blindly in the dark. This regime operates on the edicts of the moon goddess. Right is our might. We only want what is best for our realm and our species. Selene has appointed us her guardians of her favorite creations. We will prevail. Thank you for your time. The entire room erupted into roaring applause and cheers. Paul was grinning ear to ear. Colette, Mom, and Diane sat in the back in tears. I feel pretty good about our speeches. We touched on everything we need our people to know, to be aware of. They have been informed and warned. Liam said, emails are blowing up Damien. Nearly 3,000 on the royal server alone. Paul, yours? Dad nods, almost to 5K. And rising. Come on, Aaron. Let's get the legal team on response. We all moved to our offices so we could let our people know we are serious about hearing them. I want them to always see us as approachable.
Chapter the 23rd of May Goddess Have Mercy.
People are migrating to the borders of the kingdom, the packless, the persecuted, the ones needing to feel connected to the goddess again. Holding centers had to be erected to accommodate the influx. Backgrounds were being run, histories vetted. Entire families, sometimes 2 and 3 generations, arrive requesting asylum. Lynette has demanded no one be turned away, unless it is proven beyond a shadow of a doubt their intentions are detrimental to the crown. The kingdom has increased by 2004 days. The day of the first elections is rapidly approaching. Each sector has identified their favorites, and Paul seems relatively happy with all the choices. He has reservations about a couple, but he refers to them as the necessities to adversity. Aaron just responds with, yeah, and I will just kill them if they cause severe problems. Damien cracked up, while I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment. As king, I can't condone it. While Liam suggests a blind eye is perfectly acceptable in some circumstances. Popularity ratings for the king and queen are through the roof in favor of the monarchy. And as of right now, the royal inner circle are boarding a plane to travel to each sector. They will be making public appearances at all the chosen sector capitals that have been constructed on neutral territories. In theory, this allows Damien's "we are approachable" concept to be put into practice. At the first stop, in the northern sector, the new capital has been named Northern Crescent, in honor of the Queen's goddess Mark. The royal pair approached the podium, their team following. Once Damien stepped to the podium, Lynette placed shields around them to thwart any assassination attempts. Questions were fired at the king in rapid succession, and he responded in kind. The crowd seemed appeased, satisfied with the way the monarchy are availing themselves, until out of the tree line 5 shots were fired. one after the other, each aimed at the heads of everyone on the dais. Luckily, with her improved and incomparable hearing, Lynette knew the rounds were coming. Relying on the shield, she froze the rounds mid-flight, reversing them and sending them back from whence they came. Striking each would be assassin high in their right shoulders, allowing the silver to burn through. Each were apprehended by the royal elites and treated for silver poisoning. Damien spoke into the microphone, directly to each person attending, and that my wolves is what we mean by squelching. Immediately and irrevocably, any and all rebellions spread the word, and they were immediately removed from the area and back on the plane. Heading to the next sector, Blaze laughed. Holy fuck. I watched the faces of the crowd. They were awestruck. When those bullets reversed and hit the shooters, I almost shit my own pants. Now, I want a show with every stop, Lynn, she laughed. It's going to take a few more such attempts until they launch a full-scale battle. The corrupt alphas refuse to believe they will lose. They still think they have a chance. And speaking of which, I believe we will face an even more aggressive attack in the south, quite possibly the east as well. My father is crazy enough to still believe he can retrieve the mantle. Refusing to admit it has split already, and Alpha Nicholas in the east is simply an arrogant moron, wanting what he can't have. Paul looks up from his laptop. Y'all have to see this, plugging his laptop into the big screen TV. A reporter was saying, Alpha King Damien braved hordes of people today to answer questions in the new northern capital this morning, only to face an attempt on his and Luna Queen Lynette's lives. As you can see by this footage, it failed, and the rebellion will have to be more resourceful if they have any hope at success. Liam remarks, Am I the only one? Or did that feel like a subliminal message to the rebels? Is that the way they are openly communicating? Calling their associates to arms? Blaze, vet that reporter. While I finish running the names of our shooters, I'm not comfortable with our next stops, only having the 10 elites. Sister, can you maintain the shield the entire time without tiring yourself out? She shrugged. I can, but I will deplete my ability to pull off another stunt like I did with the 5 rounds. There is a possibility they won't utilize that same tactic again. But do we risk it? Paul says, Don't crucify me before you hear me out. We are going into this without being fully protected. We should all be wearing Kevlar, and instead of holding the shield daughter, concentrate on the flying projectiles. But, and here is where I don't want one of y'all to kill me. What if one of us takes a hit? It would allow the rebels false hope, thinking they do have a chance, hoping for a win on their part. I believe it would instill enough enthusiasm and confidence that they will want to make a move, expecting us to play mostly defense, when in reality, our offense will be already moving into position. Lynette says, That could work. Now it's my turn to be heard. When we land in the Western District, we have Kevlar body armor ordered and delivered to the tarmac. We stop any attack from that sector, and instead of heading south as planned, we change our plans and go east. That will force them to change their attempt, which generally causes carelessness, meaning I can drop the shield while changing the trajectory of any rounds fired to hit whichever one of us. In the armor, faking a more serious injury, Blaze pops in, the crowd will expect blood. Without a real injury, their confidence will wane. Damien smirks. Magic is more illusion than most of us realize. Baby, you can make it look like the victim is bleeding out, right? And she nods, grinning. Arriving in the west, there were enough vests for everyone, including the guard. Only this time, the elites deplaned fully geared. Handguns, knives, and bulletproof shields. They want to appear they are taking every precaution available. Setting the stage, the same scenario, a cue and a session. Damien gave a small speech, thanking everyone for showing support, and being open to change. Lynette listening for changes in the air, opening her senses for changes in scents. Then she heard it. The distinctive sound os 3 arrows leaving their bowstrings. Realizing they came from the trees, she summoned the wind, lifting the arrows high in the air and requesting the earth to shake the tree line. 3 archers hit the ground and were immediately subdued. Stepping to the podium, that's twice. We have committed ourselves to visiting each new capital. The rebels are either getting braver or they are getting desperate. So far, 8 have been apprehended. 8 are headed back to capital city in the kingdom. All 8 are facing execution for treason. How many more will fall before the tour is over? And she stepped back beside her husband to be ushered to their vehicles. Arriving in the east, with their plan intact, the tarmac was only a few miles away from the new sector capital, so their travel time was short. Approaching the stage, Lynette realized she was right. They are scrambling, and this attempt would be blatant. Within 15 minutes of the beginning of the meeting again, 5 shots were fired. Instead of freezing the rounds, she slowed them down to judge trajectory. The marksmen this time were more accurate, denoting possible military training. They were further out, probably 400 yards, and she already had guards in place to apprehend. She adjusted the bullets to miss everyone, except Damien. Allowing the round to hit him center mass, it appeared he exploded into a massive chest wound, and they were rushed immediately to the plane. Once on board, they all collapsed laughing. They were wheels up and flight-bound in less than 10 minutes. Damien said, 13 rebels to execute in under 4 hours. Not bad for a day in the life of a king. Causing them all to roar with laughter. Lynette responds, this will bolster Massimo's and Nicholas' confidence. We're going to see movement from them soon. Paul plugged in the laptop saying, Liam, I believe the subliminal have graduated to the overt. Watch. And the reporter is saying, a blow was struck by the rebellion. It's time everyone realizes the new regime is not as goddess ordained as we would have everyone believe. Losing a king so soon in this new monarchy signifies the weakness of his reign. As the camera pans to Damien being shot, Blaze croaks, fuck me, that looks real. Damien turns to Aaron, are we set up to broadcast? At his nod, Damien loosens his tie and rolls his shirt sleeves up. Facing the webcam, he speaks, my fellow wolves, 3 times today, 3 attempts were made to take my life. As you can see, reports of my death are greatly exaggerated. The reporters covering today's events are being detained and will be brought in for questioning. Their coverage of today's meetings was definitely not unbiased, nor was their call to arms covert enough to go undetected. Did I not say rebellion would be dealt with immediately? Did you not listen? You want war. You have war. All I can say to you now is bring it, and may Goddess have mercy on your wolves, because I will not.
Chapter 24. Your wish is my command. Damien's POV.
Colette met us as soon as we walked into the castle. Break my bond. Please. He somehow found my phone number and called me, threatening to force me to watch him murder my daughter. What kind of man does that? Lynette pulled her close and held her as she whispered, let's go to the back garden. We haven't done this yet. But according to what we've read, we have to be where the goddess can see you. He will feel the bond snap. It may cause his wolf to go feral, but we will deal with that as we need to. We stand in the garden. I interlaced my fingers with Lynette, and we each take one of Colette's hands. Lynette whispers, a sacred bond. Once refused, rejection accepted by one. A sacred love, forever abused. Granted by fate can't be undone. Colette fell to her knees and gasped for breath. Then she started to laugh. Lynette and I looked at each other in confusion until she spoke. I feel lighter, a happiness I had forgotten. Thank you, oh my goddess, I feel alive. And she danced away, laughing. stopping to kiss Dad and Aaron on their cheeks. And Lynette and I can only laugh. Dad asks, "What has her that happy?" And Lynette responds, "She finally requested we break her mate bond." And that was the result. She said she feels lighter. Happy again. Who knew? Right? And I notice Aaron, rubbing his cheek and staring after Colette. I said, "Devereaux may go feral." Reports indicated he has been battling his wolf since he rejected Colette, and this may send him over the edge. I want eyes on him 247. We already know he abuses the pack. I am concerned how unstable he may become. The last 2 days have passed relatively uneventful. I fear the calm before the storm. The election results have been trickling in. Dad and Aaron have stayed busy overseeing the completion of the new council members' housing, preparing for their arrivals tomorrow. So far, Dad is happy with the electees, as am I. It feels like we will have a wonderfully eclectic mix of opinions and capabilities, and I am still convinced this is the best way for the masses to feel comfortable with the new regime, knowing they've had a say-so in their leaders. The rebels are amassing, and we have an idea which direction they will be attacking from. I regret they still feel the necessity of this stand. At this point, I fear their followers are no longer sure what their main objective is. To fight without a cause is to die. They have to know they are seriously outnumbered and massively undertrained. Regardless, while I may regret the fight, I will not allow our people come to harm by a mass of misguided wolves. Aaron comes into the study whispering to me, "Damien, may I have a moment in private?" I stand and have him follow me to my office, linking Lynn to meet us. Once we are all seated, I pour whiskeys for us and ask what I can do for him. He swallows back the entire drink and grimaces. "Sarah and I have decided to break our bond. It is tenuous at best, has been deteriorating for over a decade, mostly due to our inability to agree on how Christine should have been raised. Sarah has encouraged our daughter to reach further than the goddess intended, advising her to never settle as she did, when there could be a much better chosen mate for her, instead of the one the goddess intended." Lynette growls out, "That explains a lot." Aaron nods. And I tell him to have Sarah join us in the back garden. I link Dad to be alert. Aaron may need him, and explain the situation. Standing in the garden, I ask, "Sarah, are you certain this is what you want? Because you are the one not wanting to be with your fated mate. The goddess may not grant you a second chance." She stares at Aaron for a hard minute. "I thought you would just say we mutually agreed? You couldn't even do this, right?" "Well, yes, Damien, I am certain. And I am certain the goddess will see what a mistake she made in the first place." I shrug. We all join hands, and I repeat the words to undo the bond. Sarah hit her knees, wailing in pain, while Aaron just stood there, looking at her. Finally, he spoke. "H&H, that's it. My chest feels lighter. Other than that, I feel nothing. No loss, no pain, just a lightness. Well, I'm joining Paul for another whiskey and the last of the results." Leaving Lynette and I in the gardens wondering what the fuck just happened. Then we broke out laughing, and she says, "That was just fuked up." I simply scooped her up and ran to our room, laughing the whole way. Making love with my mate is like rediscovering the meaning of life. Each time. Her body is so responsive, so in tune with mine. It's difficult to tell where she ends and I begin. For hours we teased, 𝐻𝐥, tasted and loved each other. It got hot and heavy. Our breathing quickened. As I looked up into her face, Lacey was shining in her eyes and Demon rushed to the forefront before I could even think to pull him back. Our pace increased. He became aggressive, and before either of us realized it, he pushed his knot inside of her, locking the four of us together as he came. Locked inside of her, we fell into an exhausted sleep. The sun was cresting the horizon, directly into my eyes. I looked down at my adorable, tiny mate snuggled into my side, her head resting on my shoulder and her nose buried in my neck. I take a moment to ask Demon Dude, "What the fuck? You are too tame. I wanted my time too. Lacey called me, and I wasn't saying no. We could have hurt them. We didn't know what we were doing. You didn't know. Me, on the other hand, was fully aware, and you're welcome, asshole. What if she didn't like it? Leaving me to do TBE apologies. As usual, I'm not apologizing. I'm not sorry. And neither is Lacey. She's my mate. She called for me, and I wasn't not answering her call. Again, you're welcome. You better pray I get to keep my dick. I may be pissed if I have to walk around dickless because you hurt them. You asshole." And I hear Lynette groan. "Will you two stop arguing so fucking loud? Yes, I am very sore and sticky and stiff, apparently covered in cum. But Lacey is happy. She said it's her fault. But she's not sorry either. Now, I like your cock too much to rip it off. But you can carry me to the bathroom and help me clean up." And I busted out laughing, realizing Lacey must have heard demons and my whole conversation. "By all means, Your Highness, since my dick has escaped serious harm, your wish is my command." And she giggled, a sound that always soothes my soul.
Chapter 25. For beating me to it. Lynette's POV.
I waltzed into the dining hall at the moment Diane and Blaze were walking in. She squealed and hugged me. "I have missed you. Blaze and I have been so busy answering emails and spending new mate time together. Kind of thing. It feels like I have hardly seen you." I laughed and told her she could help me and the moms today. We have to arrange tonight's dinner party menu to welcome all the new council members. A meet and greet sort of thing. I sat with Lydia and Mom, talking about it. Lydia said, "As soon as I'm done eating, I will grab a few housekeepers and get the formal dining room cleaned and decorated. Are we going with the royal colors or something less stately?" I thought about that for a few minutes. You know what? I would prefer to use the royal colors for affairs of state and royal parties. I think for tonight's dinner, something elegant, understated. What about medium blue, aquamarine, and silver, with bluebells and lilies of the valley, candlelight centerpieces of the flowers and variegated ivy? Elegant, but not intimidating? She beams at me, telling me I'm a natural. A natural what? I'm not entirely sure. And frankly, I'm afraid to ask, turning to Mom and Diane. For the menu, I want a simple fare, pleasing to the eye and easy on the palate. I haven't met these people, and I don't want anyone needing an epinephrine shot to get through dinner. They all laugh. Like poisoning all these strangers isn't a real danger. Have they even met me? I'm thinking braised whole rotisserie chickens, oven-roasted garlic breaded potatoes, grilled asparagus as the entrees, fresh Cobb salad and French onion soup as appetizers, and chocolate lava cake with melted salted caramel centers for dessert. Any suggestions to alter it are welcome. Enthusiastically. Diane smirks. I damned sure don't want any substitutions. I'm drooling already. Mom, can you send down to the wine cellars? Choose a nice Sauvignon Blanc or Chardonnay to go with the chicken. Maybe a Banyos for dessert? I want it to go well, but I don't want it to seem pretentious. I'm nervous. We are young, and I would prefer not to come across presumptuous. Mom had been listening and taking notes. She looks up at me. My darling daughter, the last thing anyone would accuse you of is putting on airs. Your entire demeanor speaks to humility and sincerity. Yes, you are sassy, have a mouth that could embarrass a sailor, but your heart is solid gold, and it shines through for everyone to see. I will go to the cellars myself and choose the wines. I let loose a loud squeal and hug her to me tightly. I love you so much. I have the absolute best team in the world. I honestly mean that. I hope all three of you know that I know. I could not do any of this without you, Diane. Could you run down to the kitchen real quick and add coffee to the beverage cart we requested? I don't want to send another whole email with just coffee on it. And we all laughed as she scooted out, heading to the kitchen. Mom asks if I had asked for any kid-friendly beverages, in case anyone had children to bring. And, well, fuck. I jumped up to follow Diane to the kitchen. As I reach the doors to the kitchen, I hear, "Keep whimpering, you ugly bitch. If you tell anyone it was me, I will break your other arm." Stepping through the doors, I see Diane on the floor, curled up and cradling her arm, and Christine's leg drawn back, ready to kick her again. I link the guys to get their asses to the kitchen now. I grab Christine by the hair of her head and slam her face through the wall. Oops. And pulling back, I spun her and slammed her forehead into the kitchen counter. I yanked her head back by her hair and side-hipped her to the floor. Before I could stomp on her chest, the strong arms of my mate pulled me to him, whispering, "Don't kill her yet, Cuermio. We need the story. Your mom may need help with Diane." Kneeling on the floor, I pulled my little sister into my lap and started healing her. Her humerus was broken in 2 places. 3 ribs were fractured, and I felt the bruise in her left kidney as I pulled it from her. The tears flowed down my face. Pacing her own, "I want to kill that bitch." Screaming in the link for Aaron and Sarah to meet me in Damien's office immediately. I turned to Liam, "Drag that whore to the office. Blaze, take Diane to your rooms and run a warm bath with peppermint oil to aid in any latent aches. Then stay while she rests. Link us with her version of whatever the fuck this was." Damien lifted me, wrapping my legs around his waist. He pushes my nose into his neck as he walks us to the office. He knows I need to calm down. I knew I needed to calm down. The air outside felt like a hurricane was ready to blow any moment. How many chances are we going to give this pit viper? She destroys everything she touches. Linny? How is she? What happened? She's resting. Christine accused her of using our mate bond to keep Damien away from her. Told her she didn't help her get him alone. And help her drug him to set it up for you to catch them together. She would keep abusing her. Lynn, this isn't the first time. It's happened several times before. And it feels to me like Christine is slipping slowly into insanity. You need to find out what's happening with her wolf. Okay, brother. You take care of my little sister. We will keep you updated. I sit here, staring at Christine. Then I look at Sarah. Sarah, why don't you tell me what's going on with your daughter? You are with her every day. When did she start slipping into insanity? When did her wolf go into regression? And, no, do not deny it. I can see Charlotte. She is hiding. Deep in the recesses of Christine's mind. She has literally forced her poor wolf into darkness. And I see you are doing the same to yours. Do you both wish you were human? Because I can help you with that. Right here, right now, start talking. And I expect to hear the whole truth from both of you today. Christine has lost all rights to Charlotte. She has abused her for the last time. Sarah gets a snarky look on her face. You can't take our wolves. Only the goddess can. Christine was well on her way to having Damien claim her before you came along. You took him from her. With you gone, she would be queen. A better queen. You, a filthy half-breed. A filthy bastard half-breed. Yet you expect us all to fall at your feet. Worship the ground you walk on. When I contacted your father with the information on patrols and routes onto Kingdom lands, he asked for your mother's phone number, and I gladly gave that to him. He isn't happy with me now. I can't get into Aaron's computer for information. He is threatening to not make me his new Luna. So I told Christine she needed to step up the game. She's too stupid to not get caught, though. She's on her own. And I started to laugh. Really laugh. Oh my goddess. I am so sorry, Aaron. The years you had to spend with this psychotic succubus had to have been excruciating. She has done us an unbelievable and invaluable service. We now know 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. I summon Sierra forward. Sierra, hello, sweetheart. I am so sorry for what you have endured. I can offer you a choice, baby girl. You can live out the remainder of Sarah's life trapped in her mind, or I can free you to go home to our goddess, where you will be reborn to a good soul, a kind soul. I will give you time to think about it, while I speak to Charlotte. Pulling Charlotte forward. Hello, pretty girl. I love your eyes. You heard what I offered Sierra, yeah? I offer the same to you. You can be free again. Feeling the wind in your fur. Being happy. You think on it a minute or two. She started to cry and crawled to me, and I sat on the floor to hold her. She whispered, I don't have to think. I want to be free and happy. I started to cry and reached for Damien's hand, because anything of this magnitude has to be done together. I began to chant, repeating it louder and louder, until I felt a light kiss on my cheeks and a whispered, don't cry for me. Then Christine fell to the floor, screaming and yelling, crying and begging. Then she fell silent a minute or two. She screeched, she's gone. You killed my wolf, you fucking bitch. And I said simply, no, you did. I set her free. She reached to slap me and Damien snapped her neck. Well, damn. He looked up and said, sorry, Aaron, to which Aaron replied, for what? Beating me to it? I turned to Sarah, who stood gaping at her daughter. Sierra, your choice? She looked at us. Eyes brimming with tears, she stood and walked to Aaron. I'm sorry, Dax. I always only ever wanted you. Turning to me, she whispered, I want to go home. I need to be happy again. And I need to refresh my heart and soul. I want to be free. And I took her hand, repeating the chant, once Sierra was free. Sarah sat there blankly for a minute. Then she screamed, fuck you all. And Damien calmly said, you are banished, now and forever. You have exactly 1 hour to gather whatever you plan on taking, and it will only be personal belonging. Then, good luck finding your alpha. Liam, send 2 guards with her to watch her every move. I want to know when she has vacated the premises.
Chapter 26. Look, a twofer. Damien's POV.
Lynette did a great job planning the welcome dinner for the council members. Everyone had settled in, and now we were all mingling and getting to know each other. Dad seems to be happy, and everyone appeared to be grateful for the opportunity. Getting along. Colette joined us from the infirmary, walking over to us. Damien, I need to order some supplies for the... And she stopped, standing stock still looking around. Then her eyes got round, and she teared up. Looking back at me and Lynette, she stuttered, I gotta go, and ran out the door. Lynette hot on her heels. Aaron was pushing through the crowd and demanded, where is she? Where did she go? While I like to think of myself as a pretty smart man, I shamefully admit it took me a minute or two before it dawned on me. I told him, she ran out. Lynette is following. Come on, let's find them. She's probably thinking you're going to reject her too. Damn. This has been a fucking day and a half. We found the girls outside on the front veranda. Colette was crying and Lynn was trying to talk her into talking to Aaron. They had both had a rough go of it. Maybe they are both due for some happiness. Aaron stepped forward and took Colette's hand. He whispered, please, don't give up on me. Don't throw us away. This isn't just about what my wolf wants. I want you. I have wanted you since the first day we met. I didn't know what this was. And yes, I thought it was wrong. I was mated. To a horrible bitch, yes, but still mated. And I felt awful for not being able to get you out of my head. Now I know why. I pulled Lynette with me. Away from them. They needed their space, their moment, and damn, reckon we're keeping it all in the family. But it's seriously starting to feel like some Jerry Springer shit. Walking back into the dining hall, Mom rushed over asking about Colette and if she is okay. Lynette was explaining what was going on, and my mother squealed, doing a little foot shuffle, clapping her hands like a teenage girl. and again I feel like I walked into the twilight zone. I was speaking with Dad about Aaron. He had a huge grin on his face, happy for his best friend. We see the two people we are talking about walk in with huge smiles and holding hands. Everyone could see how happy they are, finally. And then, alarms sounded throughout the castle and off the borders. Lynette yelled, "Moms! Everyone to the bunkers who can't fight. Lock yourselves in. This is not a drill. Go now, Diane. Make sure all the pups are safe and locked in." And we all stripped. Running for the borders the floodlights had lit up. Lynette and I took lead with Liam and Blaze flanking us. Dad and Aaron stayed behind long enough to secure the council. Reaching the border, I paced back and forth. Demon growling deeply. Lynette shifted back and threw on a t-shirt. Standing beside me, holding the scruff of my neck. "I can smell you, 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚. Show yourself, coward. Show me what you got. Come on. Daddy dearest, I don't want this reunion to be for naught." And he walked out. Between two other alphas, she laughed. "Oh look, it's the smarmy alpha Nicholas, the one who needed my true mate to help him find me. The chosen mate you were trying to betray 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 for. Does he know? No honor among thieves and all that rot? Sure hope y'all filed your last will and testament." 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 took a couple steps closer. "You really are the spawn of Satan. A complete waste of space. You will die this night. If it is the last thing I do, I will return the mantle to its rightful place." And she laughed even harder. "Did you really just call yourself the devil? Fitting. Yet I can't help but feel Satan would be insulted. Even he has more dignity, more class, than you. Let's stop the chatter and begin the dance." They attacked, running full bore at us, and she shifted back into Lacey. Side by side, we fought, ripping throats out, hearts out, heads off. Lacey was fierce, and I could see she was fighting her way through the rebels to reach 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚. I stayed with her, watching her six. Knowing she needed this, I let her go. We fought our way through, our warriors dropping the enemy before they ever reached the border. The fighting slowed and Lynette and I stopped to assess the situation. I called through the link to each command, wanting them to sound off casualties. To our credit, we had none. To their debit, roughly estimating 400 enemy down, dead or dying. Nicholas and 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 had disappeared. Running to ground, I would imagine. We shifted, and I ordered the cleanup to begin. Bodies were being stacked on top of each other and Lynette was setting fires. She looked at me and muttered, "He's even more of a coward than I realized. He's going to have to be taken out. Do we go to his pack now? He declared war. He came to ours. Is it our turn?" I looked at her. Then I nodded. "We leave at dawn. With 200 elites. We only kill the ones who attack. What's left of his pack are most likely not fighters." We packed for a couple days. Dad, Aaron, and the moms are staying behind with Blaze and Diane. Lynette and Colette once again warded the kingdom, and I ordered no one in or out. We are leaving over 1,000 warriors behind, just in case. I don't expect to be met with much resistance. But with the election for the governorships looming on the horizon, I want this shit done. I get it. I do. There will always be a small group of wolves believing they can do it better. But this one is the big one, and we have to quash it hard. Our intel has us in the air before daybreak. 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 arrived back at his pack around 2 this morning. What an idiot. But it plays to our benefit. Lynette has decided to make an example of him and Nicholas. And she told me I'm not above using magic to do it, which always makes me laugh. Because she is fond of her brute strength. Liam speaks up, "Linny, you know you are the rightful alpha to this pack, right? Have you given any thought to stripping 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 of his title? Disbanding the pack?" She gives him a sad smile. "I know, but I have a little brother. Even though I have never met him, and even though I have no doubt he is being taught to hate me, I don't want to take the pack away from him. I don't want to deprive him of what he believes is his birthright. You know, does that make sense? He nods, while I pull her into my lap and whisper, "You are amazing." Landing around 7, we deplaned and half went wolf. The other half rode on wolves. We thundered across the terrain, stopping only for a quick sandwich and a bottle of water. We arrived at the Black River border before 9:30. The pack looked deserted. A lone wolf, scattered here and there. We walked straight down the center of the pack. Eerie. Reaching the pack house, Lynette marched up the steps and kicked the door off its hinges. We walked in, to find 2 elderly men, 5 women, 2 toddlers, and a small boy, maybe a year old. Lynette looked at the woman holding the year-old. Noticing the blue of the boy's eyes, she asked, "You're the Luna?" At her nod, Lynette told her, "Take your people. Get them to the safe room and lock yourselves in. Your mate dies this day." And every one of the women cried, saying thank you. Giving Lynette pause, she asked, "Are all these children his?" And they all nod. I watched my mate pinch the bridge of her nose, shake her head, and tell them, "Go! You will all be safe. Do not come out until we tell you you can." Once everyone was locked in and safe, I bellowed, "Get your asses out here, you man whore. Your time of reckoning is upon you." And there were thumps, bumps, and groans as men poured out of the upstairs. Seeing 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 at the very top, Lynette bounced up and over the banister, launching her body sideways and springing off the wall. Her hands up, she caught the top railing and swung up and over and landed directly in front of him. She punched him in the throat, and when he started down, she grabbed the back of his head, smashing his face with her knee. Then she heaved him up over the railing and threw him to the ground floor. Yelling, "Catch! I don't want him dead yet." Liam came out of a bedroom beside her, dragging an unconscious Nicholas. He yells, "Look, a twofer, it's a good day, Tater," and threw him off the landing. "Those 2 are a pair, and I love 'em both."
Chapter 27. And I fainted. Lynette's POV.
Damien drug Massimo 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚 and Alpha Nicholas to the center of the town square. I went to the safe house and asked the Luna to step outside. I asked her name, and could she tell me her story. She looked to be a year or 2 older than me. She teared up a bit and started speaking. "My name is Abigail Taylor. My brother is Nicholas Taylor. I was given to Massimo in an alliance deal almost 4 years ago. He mated and marked me. But even my wolf hates him. He is vicious, cruel. I am made to watch him fuck any woman he wants, anywhere he wants. Not only me. He sees no need for privacy. Just whips it out and sticks it in wherever he is and whoever he wants. When I got pregnant, I thought everything would be okay. But when Alexander was born, he kept screaming I was defective and I had done something wrong. I had delivered a defective son. There was no mantle, and he blamed me. Then he blamed the baby. I started hiding, staying out of his sight. I researched about the alpha mantle. I asked the elders. No one could understand what had happened. Somehow, Massimo had lost the mantle, and even he didn't know how. He started reaching out. He drove himself nearly insane, trying to locate a witch named Colette. Things were going downhill here. We had no income. Any money the pack had went to finding the witch. People started trying to escape. Some made it. Some were caught. He executed many pack members. The dungeons are full of the ones who failed to escape, awaiting execution. Let me stop you right there. I have a phone call to make. Then I will be right back. I walked away, linking Damien baby. This is worse than we thought. There are people in the dungeon, awaiting execution for trying to escape to find food. They're hungry. These people are desperate, and I am getting angry. I know 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 We have emptied the dungeon. Liam and I have tied them both to posts in the center of town. We will wait for you. Thank you, my love. I won't be much longer. I am calling Andre to ream him a new asshole. He has an obligation to this pack. He fucking grew up here. He wouldn't even be alpha if he hadn't married it. The phone rang and Uncle Andre answered. I said, "When is the last time you have even checked on your home pack, Uncle?" There was a pause, and then, "It's been a while. I helped you. Then I had an emergency in my own pack. I came up to warn you and help you. Again. Then Bonnie is pregnant. What's going on, Lynette?" I sighed. "If you have even a remote interest. Your home pack is starving. Your brother has been executing everyone who has tried to escape. In search of food, he beats his mate. He rapes every woman, delivering babies, forcing her to watch, makes her literally babysit his offspring. He attacked the kingdom last night. As of this moment, he is strung up in the middle of town. If you have anything you want to say to your brother, you have an hour before I rip his heart out." And I hung up the phone. I walked back to Abigail. She held Alexander on her hip, trying to get him to take his pacifier. He didn't want to stop fussing. I asked if I could hold him. She didn't hesitate, just handed him over. I laid him in the crook of my arm, lightly swaying back and forth, holding his pacifier in his mouth, and he began to doze. Abigail broke down in tears. I said, "Have a seat. Rest yourself. I have a story to tell you. My mother's name is Colette Dubois. She is Massimo Devereaux's true mate, and she is a high-born witch. My name is Lynette Devereaux. My father mated and rejected my mother in the same night. The alpha mantle fell to me, as his firstborn child. You did nothing wrong. My little brother is not defective. Devereaux knew that. His shortcomings, his inability to control his wolf, that is his fault, no one else's. I am now Luna Queen Lynette Richardson, and I am going to execute your mate in just over 45 minutes. You and all of your pack are welcome to observe, or you may wait here until you feel the bond break. I want only good things for you and Alexander. The Crown will offer recompense to allow this pack to get back on its feet. We will provide a second-born alpha as beta to you, until my brother is old enough to ascend. I will be checking on you both on the week, and you will have my personal phone number to reach me anytime you need me, and I will come running. You and Alex are my family. I would love nothing more than to be in your lives if you'll allow it. If not, after we help you back on your feet, I will leave your lives forever." She threw herself into my arms and cried. I think we made some headway. The pack decided they want to watch the execution, and when we reached my mate, not only was Massimo and Nicholas awake, Andre was there. I walked over to him and hugged him. Anger or no, he is family and I love him. Stepping up to where Devereaux was hanging, I asked, "Do you have anything to say to the pack you have failed?" He spit on me. I searched his wolf, finding him as corrupt as his host. We decided he would die as well. Damien stepped up beside me and shook his head at me. "The man is a deviant. He has hurt you. He crushed your mother. He cannot and will not survive. But his blood still runs through your veins. His execution lies in my hands, not in the beautiful hands of my queen." And he beheaded Massimo Devereaux to the cheers of what is left of Black River Pack. Liam reached up and snapped Nicholas' neck and said, "See? A twofer." I turned and introduced the Alpha King, and they cheered again. Liam stepped away and made a few phone calls. When he came back, he told Damien what the calls were. Damien stepped up on top of the roof of a truck and spoke, "Within the next several hours, there will be delivery trucks rolling into town. You will have food, toiletries, first aid supplies, diapers, formula, and clothing in various sizes. There will be everything you will need to sustain you and your loved ones for at least 2 weeks. We will be sending representatives in about 2 weeks. after the election to see what you need here to get you through the winter. To make any repairs the structures need to maintain warmth. Your Luna Abigail holds your future alpha in her arms. We will personally see to his education and training to make him the best alpha this pack has ever seen. We cut the bodies down, and we burned them in the streets. These people had been persecuted, living under a reign of tyranny for too long. Now they can be free. Abigail pulled me to the side and held on to me with all her might. She said, "I owe you everything, and I don't know how I will ever repay you." I smiled. "You owe me nothing. But if you feel the need, live free and be happy. Raise your son to understand the importance of mate bonds, to hold true and stay the course." We headed home, and I crawled into my mate's lap, promptly falling asleep. The rebellion was quelched, at least for now. Damien woke me up to 𝒍𝒂𝒚, and I snuggled right back into him in the truck, exhausted, flat worn out. Then I heard Damien say, "Baby, listen, do you hear it? Tell me you hear it." I listened, and he was right. I asked Lacey Lace, "Are we? Pup? Pup. Yes, we're having pups. Pups." I sit up and sputter, "Lacey says pups." And Damien just grins from ear to ear. He wants an ultrasound as soon as we get home, and he's bouncing in his seat like a kid. He's out of the truck pulling me into his arms bridal style, running a mile a minute towards the infirmary, yelling, "Moms, we need an ultrasound now," sending the entire family into a tailspin, and before I know it, Mom, Dad, Liam, Blaze, and Diane, Mom and new Dad are all standing in the room with us. Damien trying to yank my shirt off and pull my leggings down, all the while telling the moms to take pictures. I sit up, grabbing his hands. "Baby, look at me, look at me. Let them get the equipment ready. Deep breaths, in and out. Do it with me." Once he calmed down, my mom was ready, and I laid down. She moved the wand around, and then back again. She grinned. "It seems we are going to be grandparents," and left to get the pictures she was printing. The look on Damien's face had me laughing so hard, I was holding my sides, his sputtering, "She, we, they, we, grandparents. We are more important. Parents, you, me, our pups, the fuck, Mom." And everyone was laughing when my mom came back in. She grabbed Damien's hand, told the dads to get close to him. She laughed and said, "I knew you were a big boy. I knew you would give us grandpups one day. What I did not know was that day would be 7 months from now. Nor did I know you would give them to us all at once." She started handing us the ultrasound pictures. "This one is baby A. Here is baby B. This picture is babies C and D. And this last one is baby E. Congratulations, my loves. You are having a litter." And I fainted.
Chapter 28. Are you fucking crazy? I'm pregnant.
It's been 6 months since the castle learned the heirs were expected. Lynette looks like she swallowed a blimp. She's cranky. Her cravings were through the roof. And everyone knows, if the queen ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. Colette has had her on bed rest the last 2 weeks because the babies were heavy and she could no longer navigate the stairs. Her solution had been to levitate everywhere, resulting in her scaring the living daylights out of nearly every member of her family. At least 10 times each, Colette warned her not to get used to it, because her body would get so used to it, she might find herself levitating at inopportune times. She discovered the truth to that when she woke up on a chaise lounge in the gazebo one morning. Colette has moved her to a room downstairs temporarily now, and a makeshift bed was placed in the study, so she can still feel a part of things. They were playing video games in the study a couple weeks later, and she had just killed Liam for the 18th time when she grabbed her stomach and said, "I think it's time," causing Liam to panic and run from the room, and back inside, then back out and down the hall, up the stairs and back down again, screaming "Code Red" at the top of his lungs until Damien punched him in the nose, getting Lynette to the infirmary. Everyone lined up, like an assembly line, each waiting to catch a pup to bring it to Lydia to clean, dress, and bundle. Colette called, "Does everyone know their job?" She watched the nods. She looked at Lynette and said, "This is going to be a clusterfuck." Lydia had the warmers going on the incutables. They don't know the genders. Damien wanted to be surprised. Like 5 pups aren't surprise enough. But okay, 4 hours. A lot of swearing, threatening, crying, and promising. Colette tells her she can push. Baby O was delivered 10 minutes later. Lively, loud little boy. Within minutes, baby B made his appearance, followed by baby C, the first girl, baby D being a boy, all loud, all healthy, and finally out pops baby E. She was smaller, and it took several minutes for her to get wound up, but everyone decided she was the loudest. They were weighed and measured, bathed and dressed, before they were all brought over to Damien and Lynette. She whispered, "They are so beautiful. How are the boys twice the size of their sisters? Good goddess, no wonder I couldn't walk." Damien laughs. "Wait until everyone hears their names. Who do you think will catch on first?" It was my turn to laugh, and told him either my mom or his dad. When they arrived back to help us feed the litter, we told them the names and what they weighed in lengths. Baby 1, at 8 pounds 22 inches, Aiden. Baby 2 at 7 pounds 15 oz and 19 inches. Benjamin. Baby 3 at 6 pounds and 17 inches, Cassandra. Baby 4 at 7 pounds 15 oz, Daniel. And baby 5 at 5 pounds 11 oz and 16 inches, Emerson. Liam hollers, "Emerson is mine. She's my lil button, and her uncle Liam is going to spoil her silly." Damien says, "Shocking," Diane said. "I will spoil them all. Just hand me one for now, and tell me which name." This is family. This is what it means. Lynette smiled at them all and realized this is why she was born. Paul jumped up and pointed at Damien and Lynette. "You smartasses, the babies, in order of birth. Aiden, Benjamin, Cassandra, Daniel, Emerson. Babies a big D. Sheer genius. I love it." We all started laughing. Damien pulled me into his arms and whispered, "You were right. I love you so much." She held him closer and whispered, "I love you right back, but if, and it's a very big if, we ever get pregnant again, and it's multiples, I will seriously chop off your dick." Time jump. Emerson Amber Richardson. Stop levitating your brother. Benjamin David. Turn your sister back right now. Although she does make a cute bunny. Aiden. The bubbles are very pretty, baby, but they will make your cake taste funny. Diane walks in, waddles in with Andrew on her hip, laughing. Who would have thought they would come into their magic right before their 2nd birthday? Colette comes in and pulls Benjamin from the air, settling him on his butt, telling Emerson to stop being naughty. Cassandra hops over and poops on her grandmother's shoe. Turning to Benji, "If I don't see your sister's beautiful face in 2 seconds, I am eating your cake." And poof, Cassie's back. She walks over to Lynette and asks, "Have you told him yet?" She shook her head. As Damien walks through the door, he walks over with Liam and takes Lynette in his arms, kissing her. "I love you." She smiles at him radiantly and says, "I love you, my handsome man. Remember when we discussed another pregnancy?" He nods. "Remember what I told you?" Again, he nods, and she hands him an ultrasound picture. "Yeah, we're having triplets." He looks at the picture. His eyes get huge. You, what? Wait, and he runs out the back door as fast as he can. Blaze asked, "What the fuck?" Lynette looks out the back door, watching him run. I told him, when the Quints were born, if we ever got pregnant again, it had better not be multiples, or I'd cut his dick off. Everyone started roaring in laughter. Dad, Paul asked, "Are you going after him?" And Lynette looked at him, shocked. "Are you fucking crazy?" I'm pregnant, and Blaze and Liam both hit the floor dying in laughter.
The end.